So 1 minute now until the market on open imbalance, as well as the US cash equity open. So we are looking now to the market on open imbalance. The S&P 500 buy side 75 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 15 million, Dow 30 buy side of 7 million, and the Mag 7 sell side of 10 million.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Moody's commenting on the US election says that post-election policy choices will reframe the credit risks across a wide range of debt issuers.
At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get USCB consumer confidence forecast 104 on the prior 103 spot 3, with a range of 105 spot 5 to 101. And the Richmond Fed Composite Index forecast minus 12 on the prior minus 19.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Fed spokesman says it's hard for the Fed to measure the impact of immigration on the labor market. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get USCB consumer confidence forecast 104 on the prior 103.3, with a range of 105.5 to 101. And Richmond Fed Composite Index forecast minus 12 on the prior minus 19. One minute remaining. I'll lead with USCB consumer confidence. And the Richmond Fed Composite Index coming in early at minus 21, lower than forecast, minus 12. 10 seconds. 98.7, 98.7 lower than forecast 104. Seeing some downside in the dollar. And some downside in the S&P. So USCB consumer confidence prior revised 105.6. So US Treasury yields pair gains after weaker than expected US consumer confidence. 10-year yields still up 3.4 basis points at 3.773%. And 2-year yields now flat at 3.578%. So, reading into this report, despite slower overall inflation and declines in some goods prices, average 12-month inflation expectations increased to 5.2% in September. Traders raise ECB easing bets and see 60% chance of a 25 basis points in October. At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Knot, who speaks on the Dutch economy. And traders boost the odds of a half-point November Fed rate cut to 50%. So Treasury 2-year to 5-year yield turns negative. 2-year yield lasts down 2.1 basis points at 3.554%. 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Not, who speaks on the Dutch economy. Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Not. Biden says as AI grows more powerful, it must grow responsive to our collective values. China's financial regulator says medium-sized firms with working capital loans due by September 30th, 2027 may receive renewal support similar to that available for small and micro firms.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
It's the US to sell It's the US to sell $90 billion in 4-week bills on September 26th to settle on October 1st. So the Canadian dollar strengthened 0.5% to touch a near 3-week high at 1.3457 per US dollar. China tells Germany misuse of tariffs is not in anyone's interests.
Couple seconds here, be right on.
So seeing from Chevron, as they have begun evacuating all personnel from its Blind Faith and Petronicus platforms and is shutting down its facilities due to the storm.
Check. Oh, Jesus Christ. Check, check, check. Mic check. That was loud as fuck. Thankfully, I didn't have headphones on. All right, 11:30 in the morning. Check 1 2. Mic check. Check 1 2. Just a quick second here. Break time. Be right back. Old man. Slide that over. One quick second here. Good morning. How are y'all doing? All right. Okay, so I sent you all I sent you out yesterday a Q4 update. We're gonna go over that this morning. I sent you another update this morning for a potential bull trap. Give me one quick second here. Hold on. Apologize. I'm trying to close down my pool right now. It stayed warm and like it was warm, and then they threatened cold, and it just stayed warmer and warmer. Kids kept swimming, so we're already in fall here. It's still warmish, but we've got like bad weather coming and stuff. So I got to drain the pool enough to I want to drain it when it's raining. I don't want like flooding in the neighborhood that doesn't look normal. Like it's already raining outside, so I got rain coming like right now. Like yesterday we had some rain, and then this morning we got some rain. Okay, so there's a few things I want you to be aware of here. I'm gonna go over the brief really quickly with you here, or the quarter. Or let me go over give me one quick second here. I guess I got more to do. Ugh. Never enough. One quick second here. All right, let me review the Q4 brief. Okay, so there's the trigger screen, okay? And we got a few things we need to chat about. For Q4, right? Let's talk about or let's go over to, maybe we should go over to the, you know what's fascinating too is I tried to get the TradingView used to have a PE ratio that is no longer functions on TradingView, and I don't know why exactly at the moment, why it's not working. I don't know if the PE ratio hasn't come out. Maybe they're resetting it for the earnings season, but I'm fascinated that it's no longer available on TradingView. I do have some copies of the prior PE ratio, so I can probably use that, but I am fascinated that I can't access it right now. So let's talk a little bit about this PE ratio, because this has a lot to, or not the PE ratio, but the caller, because this does have a lot to do with the report. And what's interesting about this is that I had someone that I really appreciate talk to me saying, well, we could get there sooner than later, 6,000 sooner than later. Now, this isn't actually 6,000, but, we can move within here easily on these higher frames. This is a daily time frame. So we can actually hit the 5770, no problem in there. Why am I slipping back and forth? Hold on here. But bear with me here. For Q4, if you're to look at Q4 right now ahead of us, right? It seems benign would be the best way to put it. Looking back, when we're in 2025, it may not look so benign. There's an expectation here that we could possibly trade that into the beginning of the year. I know you're going to say there's no way, Cappy, that's happening right there. But if you were to look back on this in 25, you would have seen that we entered a bubble. Briefly, maybe we didn't get the 17% that's expected on a rate cut, not heading into a recession. and that we would pre-price in the rest of a soft landing quicker, really fast. Like you price in the rest of the soft landing, already knowing that more than likely you're going to enter a recession in the summer or fall of 2025. There's nothing the Fed can do about it. So you're able to capture that like bubble trade and then price in a recession starting in the spring, possibly the summer of 2025. So, you know, like in the scariest part of this is, now this is your pre-2025 outlook, your like I don't even want to show it to you guys. I'm afraid to show it to you because it's almost panic inducing. And I don't want, we're not there. It's the worst thing to release is a bearish outlook. The market loves to force you to chase that outlook and look like an ass face for a year, 2 years, 3 years. I'm seriously. And I'm not known as a bear, am I? But the potential is there. There's potential for two paths. And it's not confirmed yet, so I don't want to release. I almost released it yesterday, and I went through. I redid it, and then I read it, and then I was going to show it to people first to ask them what they thought, and I still didn't even send it to my closest confidants because it looked crazy. The window of the bear market opens in spring of 2025. The Fed and the Treasury Department, I don't know what they're telling you or what you can or can't see. That Q3 or Q4 outlook I gave you yesterday is pre-showing you a recession in 2025. The last bit of the Q4 outlook shows you right at the end that we are entering a recession and that the Fed and the Treasury Department is required at this point to attempt to extend this market. They can be successful in this. They can extend it into 28. But whatever this is here, this nonsense, I already know that the banks know this. I already know the hedge funds know this. I already know everybody. I guarantee that every professional out there already knows this. There's no fucking way they don't. But that doesn't mean they won't price in the soft landing here and make it party time before pricing in the recession. There's plenty of time here. They can go all the way into December. They can go all the way into March. And they can run this fucker up and get their money. And then they can get this nice, huge, giant sell point to sell in the spring. But I'm telling you, it's there. And the Fed knows it. The Treasury Department knows it. All the banks know it. All the professionals know it. They all fucking know it. So it's not that the Fed can't escape this. But the scariest part of this is that you could be looking back on highs over here next year, 26, 27, 28, and you'll be like, oh, shit, that was the actual market top. And there'll be a succession of lower highs and new lows over a period that could last a few years. But a real possibility of a market that goes nowhere, like a 10-year period. I've said it in the I don't know if I said this in Q3 or Q4 outlook, but you should be looking towards 1965 to 1975 as an example. If you want to know what that time period looks like, I'll show it to you right now. What we have the potential of heading into, the scariness of what it's really scary to me, at least. I'll show you that time period right now. At this point, I'm pretty much fully expecting the Fed and the Treasury Department to do some massive cutting. They're fucked. They really are. And I want to show you this period right here. It's like some kind of nonsense like this right here. And it's like we come up, you're like, yeah, you made a high there. Yeah, you made a high there, but you're making a series of new lows down here too. And invariably, the market goes nowhere. And these markets can be dangerous. Not necessarily dangerous, but you have an expectation that you're never revisiting lows, and we actually do revisit lows. So the dip keeps on dipping. So you're like, yeah, we're going to go up here. We're going to do that. We're going to grab that one and go up there, and they blast your ass down in some pretty violent downside moves. This can really fuck you up as a participant because you're not making a huge new high, and you're missing this and getting dragged even lower. You're DCAing, and then you're kind of like stuck there. And then you go back up and down here, and you're kind of stuck right there. And see, this kind of a market traps a lot of investors over time, and you wind up like a decade later fucking flat. Now, there's money to be made, of course, if you can time those bottoms appropriately. There's money to be made on DivX. There's money to be made selling options. S&P 500 is, anyone that tells you S&P 500 goes sideways is not true. And even if it does, if you lay yourself out owning the S&P 500, there's a bunch of other ways to make money with how this S&P 500 actually goes up. It's not just buy the S&P 500 and don't do anything. There's a bunch of other shit you have to do while you're managing the S&P 500 as well. But anyways, I digress here. On that 2025, 2026. And there's some other scary things related to that are ahead of us that I don't want to release this just yet. I'm afraid to. And the real reason I'm afraid of it is because of a self-fulfilling prophecy that's taking place right now. And there's this self-fulfilling prophecy, 4 generations, fourth turning. It's like it's pseudoscience, but enough influencers in power know about it that it's like they want this to happen. So I don't want to tell you how bad it could act. That's the good case for the bear market, believe it or not. There's an uglier case. So I'm not gonna release that to you right now. You're not getting that Q5 or not Q5 that 2025 outlook preview just yet. I'll give it to you, just not yet, because I had to tone it down because it sounds like I'm ringing the bell here in this 2025 outlook. But my point here my point though is that I want to come back to. I want to come back to Q4. And there's this thesis here that we're going to get to 6,000 and the magnet sooner than later. And for me, at least, I think that all the risk here lies with buyers. For me, at least. I'm looking at the quarter and I'm like, at any point they can they can trap you in down here easily, right? Run you back up just like this one right here. Trap you in, send you down, burn you into the beginning of October. And even then, this is just for liquidity. There's a lot of risk in here for a bull to get sent down here and then further to get sent down here into the middle of November. And, price really doesn't matter here. It doesn't matter how far down we go either. What matters is that the strongest part of the rest of Q4, the strongest, is likely November 5th, 6th, 7th.
We're expecting possible comments.
The election is out of the way. The Fed meeting is out of the way. So it doesn't matter where we are on that November 5th, 6th, 7th. Doesn't matter if price is down here. Doesn't matter if price is up here. But that's the other of Q4. That's the strongest bull case. And whether we go up here, straight up here now, or we go straight up here again after the beginning of October, there's still going to be a fucking pullback or a corrective measure of some kind in Q4. The probability of us just going straight up into the end of a quarter is absurd. It's possible. It is possible, but it's absurd to think that there's not going to be a pullback, or at some point a pullback that you can buy with confidence. And I like that confidence. I always have. I always like the idea of waking up one morning, today, tomorrow, 2 weeks from now, and you wake up and the market's selling. I always like it. And I like it because chasing this always is like the people that are chasing this will slam the sell button at the moment's notice. There's probably people that you know on FinTwit or on Wall Street Bets or here in the community that are like, we're going to the moon, bro. Those same people will pull the plug in a moment's notice. If you woke up to we were down tomorrow 1%, those same people would be the first to flip bearish. Whereas if we're blasting down and let's say I buy some calls right here for farther out in time, and we make that one leg lower, I'm not as concerned. So, as a matter of fact, on this one in particular, I bought some call spreads, didn't I? Like right there. And I was like, I don't care. I don't care how much farther down it goes. It's going to bounce. And that's the difference between being here and being here. When you bounce here, you don't know, right? You're like, oh, shit, I'm long here. Is it going to go that far or is it going to go that far? Is it not coming back up until the end of November? And my calls are now fucked, right? And those are two different scenarios. So I think the biggest takeaway for Q4 is it doesn't matter if we go up here, right, or fail, doesn't matter. The only thing that matters to me is that you're Johnny on the spot to sell, believe it or not. Johnny on the spot to sell. And that a good bull is not running this up. A good bull should be patient somewhere down in here and looking for that turn to buy into the end of the year. Now, price doesn't matter. It could roll down to right here. It could roll down deeper. Price doesn't matter. It's more of being patient for those seasonal lows to buy. And when is the prime time to buy it? Not necessarily the price, but if you have like a time of Q4 to buy, it's probably going to be after the election. It's probably going to be after the 15th and 17th. And you might only get one more. The other part of this is that you might only get one more awesome dip buy as a bull in this bull run. Not this one, but the one in the middle of November is probably your last like safe dip buy into next year.
Time now at the top of the hour.
Once we head into next year,
Council member.
Voice news disconnected.
once we head into next year, there is a lot of potential for, let's say we get 2, 3, 4 corrections next year on average, right? We get 2 to 4 a year. Any one of those could lead to a 10 or 20% down move on easy. So next year gets more difficult. The bull market gets harder. It's not going to be fun. And it's not going to be as easy in all likelihood. Even if the bull market extends into 28, it's still not going to be as easy as this one has been. So for Q4, for the outlook for Q4, there's a lot of opportunity here to trap a bull. There's a lot of opportunity in the next few days to trap a bull. There's a lot of opportunity to sell this sooner than later. So if you're a seller, just hang tight here. If you're a seller and you're either trying to sell this, if you're in a hedge and you get blown out of the ratio spread, you can always take profit up here if we do squeeze and put another hedge on to roll us down. But the thesis here would be that the seller is in a better position than the buyer, as the seller is just looking for the rejection and getting freaky with it to the downside. I know that's horrible to say, because I know most of our community is bulls, but I got to let you know that that's the case. And the market is set to squeeze too, so it's not like we're not bullish here. Everything says that we're bullish here. Everything here says that we are bullish, that we're going to pin that up there, that we're going to go up there and trade that 6,000 sooner than later. Yeah, on paper, everything says move is higher. So let's look at some other things here. You get what I'm saying, though, in this? Like, this is where you flip bearish on a dime. This is where FOMOer just abandons you. It's a completely different stance. You know? So anyways, let's go back to a couple other things here and take a quick look. I'm just saying. Excuse me. I'm just saying that we're fighting for peanuts up here. And I want to show you one last thing here. I want to show you one quick thing here. So the targets right now are 571.59, 572.86, and 575.41, 576. Basically a failure of 576 is the target. But I want to show you one other cool thing over here. And I want to show you this one right here. This is the same situation, right? And, you know, we're going higher. We're going to break up. And too much time passes. We get into Labor Day. So let's say over here, you got the first coming up over here, right? There's the first. And we're grinding. And you're not able to make those moves you need to make. They could hem you in with just time and then drop you down, which is what they did right here. So let me show you that really quick. You've got everybody bulled up, including me. I'm bulled up too. But they've got us all bulled up, and we're all right. We're right here again, aren't we? And they drop you down. You know, that's 4.7%. So can your positioning withstand that up here? You know, can you withstand some kind of a, rip and sell? And I'm going to go with no, probably not. I'm going to go with most of you, probably not. Some of you, yes. I swear, Cap, I closed out those longs, took my money, bro, and then I was super short. Oh, and then I closed down here, bro. So I'm just like playing devil's advocate here. That there's probably a sell side here that's watching all of this and going, you do what you do over here, buddy. And I'm just waiting to slam you into the beginning of the month, right? Then you're going to make another attempt for 6,000. You might get that. You might get that 6,000 sooner than later. But, the opportunity here is on the sell side, not the buy side. The risk is all to the buyers here. And the bloodbath is brutal. I mean, that thing is nasty. This is when we put a show on and people come into the chat and they're crying. You're just like, why are you crying right now? Like, I don't understand. We actually hedged this on that Wednesday when I left. I was like, put a hedge on in case that happens. And on Friday, I said the same thing, right? And we're right here right now, aren't we? Same place, aren't we? This is Friday. Still at the same spot right now, huh? We haven't particularly broken out yet, have we? So whoever's hedged right now, you're sitting pretty. You're stoked. Your ratio spread will pay you if we go higher. Your ratio spread will pay you if we go down. You've got no. You're like risk free right now. Now, I want to go over a couple other things here, though. This is up for the bulls, the apparent upside move. And why are the bulls thinking this time is different and we are going to go up and nail these upper targets? We're going to go up there and then trade 6,000. We're in Bulltown. Don't be talking to me like that, Cap. And we're going to chat about a few of those things right now. So we do have declining velocity on a daily basis, but it's still supportive. We do have a little bit more room to run here on an hourly basis to the upside. So that's good for the bulls. Hey for the bulls. If they get a closing higher price, you get new highs again on the daily velocity, and that's bullish, believe it or not. If you also look at market breadth, these look pretty good too. If we get rid of velocity here for a minute, and you are looking at, I can't bring this up right now, but PPOs, PMOs have more room to run to the upside. So that all looks good. You can go up more. And believe it or not, you got a little more room here on market breadth indicator, but not a ton, do you? So the thesis here would be, you don't have a ton of room left to run, though, do you? So even though you have some more room here, even though you have some more ability to get up there, it's not a ton. It's easy for the market to fake you out right here, bring you into the beginning of the year and fake you out right here. There's like opportunity here to be a seller and not a buyer, and be looking for some real damage potential to the downside. Anyone here have 5,000 on their bingo card for November 7th, 15th? Anybody at all? I don't know if you do. I got that on my bingo card. I got 5,000 as a potential bottom. And then I've got 6650 into late winter, January, February, March, if the election carry through works and we get like the election happens and we get some like extra oomph into the beginning of the year. But let me ask you this, do you think we could fail there? They get this party started a little early, and then the real party time was down the road after the election. So like it's bullish, but there's a trap in there somewhere. This is saying there's a trap in there somewhere. We're getting a little long in the tooth. Here's something else, too. Here's the VIX 9-day. There's a lot of calls here to reprice the VIX. VIX has pretty much been like, a little steady printer down here. You see that steady printer? I got a little bit of a dip down below here back in May. That's the best time of the year, though. We repriced in the best time of the year, of course. And then just down here, taking a peek down here, like VIX also telling you that we're probably getting ready for a buy zone sooner than later. Market goes up, the VIX goes down. Doesn't quite hit everybody's expectations. And remember, we need call development higher. You can't have everybody knowing we're going to 6,000 and buy 6,000 calls. That acts as a call wall. Tells you, no, we're not going there. You need people thinking we're going to 6,200, 6,400, 6,600. When people are like, we're only going to 57.75 and we're only going to 6,000, that lays a trap. It puts a top on the market lower than those numbers. And so there's also a trap forming in here in VIX, where we're all pointing at 57.75. We're all pointing at 6,000 as we're going there, we're going there. And we don't actually tag that. So here's SPX Gamma. And right now, the top is 5,800. That allows us to trade the 57.75, but not quite. It allows us to trade just below it. Normally, you don't smash into the call wall. Normally, you just reject it, and that is the top. So there is a trap in here. We're pretty close to it, aren't we? Now, here's something else that's fascinating. So we got the call wall, which is pretty robust. 249 million. Quite robust right here, right? Well, I'm going to read something to you. The bulls are now saying, well, we know we're in a window of weakness, which means the market could go higher or it could go lower. We're not tied into the market right now, right? So you guys know that hedging comes out and the market is tied into a number, right? So we'll get new hedging on the end of the month. We'll go into we'll go into September 30th, and all of these market participants will now hedge Q4. And two things will happen. The dealers will counter trade that hedge. Dealers will say, oh, hell no, we're not going there right now. I'm not paying you. So they will destroy that hedge as best they possibly can. And then they'll send us to that hedge or tie us into that hedge into the end of Q4 OPEX, right? We'll drive towards those numbers, right? And as the market gets wound up, right? As you'd say, it gets wound into the hedging in the marketplace. So there's a window of weakness right now. The gamma landscape it's easier for the market to move quickly. There's a lot of potential for market participants to bend the market to its will. And so the bull thesis right now is, yeah, we've got this. Cap, normally if we're in the middle of an OPEX cycle, we'd go up here and we'd automatically reject it. But we do have a window, Cap. That window lasts until Last day of the month. Right over here. And what's really fascinating is if you are going to put bearish hedging on, the trade is a counter trade, isn't it? When all these hedges go on the market, the initial reaction typically in the morning is a downside move. But then as the day wears on, those same people those same banks that hedge the market, they actually throw a bunch of zero dates on as well to not disrupt the normal market. But as those zero dates lose gamma, the market will tend to squeeze higher into end of month. I don't know if you know that, but on the last day of the actual quarterly OPEX, last like half an hour, we tend to moon. Or part of the day, at some point during the day, the gamma comes off all that non-disruption zero dates that these banks do. And those zero dates kick in and print end of day as like a cherry on top for their hedging activities. So their thesis is this. The bull thesis is that the gamma is a lot cleaner post-OPEX. But so far, expectations for more volatility have not been fulfilled yet. 5750 is still a strong call wall with high zero-day DTE concentration. But we think once the market pushes beyond, the rolling will start to increase or accelerate. So here's your 575 right here. Here's your 6,000. Woo! Way up here. And I don't think they're expecting to even get there. But here's where the thesis is. Because we're not tied into hedging right now, right? 5750 is a strong call wall, but if we're able to beat into it like bam, 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 just grind on it, right? Manipulate the market. Remember this 5800 right here too. If you're able to slam into it, right? So you're able to manipulate the market, bend the market to what you want it to do. You're not tied in by hedging. And market participants like retailers, hedge funds, your individual wealthy guy from SoftBank know that if they slam the market with zero dates, they can trigger other buyers to force to chase. They can trigger dealers to start buying. They can trigger one other group too, CTAs. They can trigger at 5,800. So CTAs have become small buyers, and they will step up becoming buyers if we get above 5750. And they will double their buying power at 5,800. And if you were a bank wanting to hedge the market on the 30th of September for the next quarter, you'd probably want it on a high, wouldn't you? So there's some tacit participation. This tacit participation by some participants. There's forced participation by others. Everyone kind of makes out here for their goals in Q4. So let me show you the CTA positioning here really quick, if I could, and how they could become forced buyers. I think I showed you this last week. And I showed you that, there's like no need at the moment, is there? They've done all the buying they're going to do. And they said, nope. But price keeps pushing higher, doesn't it? And that is making them like, let's dip the water. Let's taste that. Give me a little bit of that cocaine, not a full bag of it, just a key bump of it. And if price keeps pushing higher and higher in the stock market, they could become an amplification in buying. And when they get to this point here and they start doing this, the market's like a rocket ship to the upside. Like, obscenely so. And in that Q4 brief, I showed you that's what? Like GS started buying all the quality shit, didn't they? Infotech, Meta, all the main drivers of the stank market. Not they didn't start buying all your AI stuff, which I already warned you they wouldn't, right? So some of those stickers I never come back. As a matter of fact, there'll be a kick-ass dip buy for NVDA on November 15th. Mark that down. If you're an AI guy or whatever, AI person, November 15th, you buy that bottom on NVDA. So CTAs have the potential here of joining the party. And I don't think JPM cares how high we get, do they? The higher we get, the better it is for them to put their collar on, isn't it? So we are primed for that. If you begin to see this breakout and we go to the call wall, there's a potential here for us to go up into it and begin to grind. Grind, 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 grind. And all of a sudden we get that kick from CTAs and it's like, bam. Grind, 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 grind. Now we're developing call stuff above. We got 0 dates driving everything. We go into the end of the month, right? And they slam us down with a hedge. And then towards the end of the day, we get that stupid move higher. Grind, 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 grind up there. Grind, 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 grind above. Push it down, and then this stupid fucking move into the end of the quarter. Like the Friday, like this Friday, like the 30th. If that doesn't fail, or if that fails, that blast higher fails here, don't forget we've got the bearish seagull that dealers are going to also want to counter trade into the first week of October. And that could send us screaming higher. So, there's like a couple opportunities here to, bam, 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 into the end of the month. And then this stupid liquidity grab for that November doom on the 15th. So I get the idea here from what bulls are telling you. I get where they're coming from. I see the bull trade. I'm not discounting the bull trade. This yellow box here represents that gamma wall. Call wall is roughly in here somewhere. And that's why we're grinding right now, if you don't know. That's why we're grinding to the upside. It's going to be a bumpy road. Don't show you that. That makes you want to buy some call spreads, doesn't it? Yeah, Uncle JBJ is saying call spreads for when, Cap? First, second week of October. Call spreads slightly out of the money would cover it, and you wouldn't have to worry about the volatility in the trade. If you did call spreads, you could probably withstand. I wouldn't be up there looking at 6,000 as the target. I'd be looking at 5750, excuse me. 5750 is the top. Maybe give it to like the middle of October. But there's danger here. I mean, this is the thing, is that it's not. It's a risky trade, or even just trading this is risky. There are easier trades for a trader that's always a loser. If you're a loser as a trader, if you blow your accounts up more than if you come into the end of the year and you're not up on the year, I would say that this is a risky trade for you. I would be like, you know what? You just let all this bull, like I just gave you the bull thesis. That's the whole bull thesis right now. You just got it. And or at least from now into the second week, maybe first week, second week of October, that's the bull thesis. But it's a dangerous one. It's not like when we're at a bottom and I come on the stream and I say 86% of the time, 3 months from now, we're up 14% after this 10% drawdown. Like that's a no-brainer. Like your stupidest fucking trader in the world can take that trade. That's why new traders make a lot of money. Because they're like, oh, look, the market's down 20% or 10% or 6%. It's got to go up soon. It's that simple. It really is. So they throw a trade in the market and they're like, wow, I made a bunch of money. They don't have FOMO yet. They're not like, they're just not that trader yet. Where they're overthinking things. They're not trying to like max out the tops and shit like that. They're not chasing yet. They just see like a bloodbath and they're like, ooh, wow, I'm an awesome trader. And that's because those trades are easier. They always are. They always pay better. You're always way more confident in those trades. So, and we're in a market that goes up, right? Goes up to the right. So when you have those bloodbaths, they tend to turn around. You tend to make some money. So I don't know what to say to you out there. I would like to know what your feelings or thoughts are on this. Are you, hey, Cap, you're out of your fucking mind. We're going to 6,000. There's zero risk. Are you like, yeah, Cap, I can see your point to wait until we catch that last sexy bull run end of year into late winter. I'm just going to sit back and relax. I don't need this top run, or hey, Cap, the bear market's already started. And we had traders in here the last 3 weeks, right? We've had no more than that. We've had traders in this show since Labor Day. That's the top. 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 Bear market started. And they've all come back and said, well, no, I closed, bro. That wasn't the top. I wasn't saying that wasn't the actual top. It was, I just wanted that 1-2%, bro. Then they come back and they tell you, that's it. That's the top. What kind of top is it? The top, bro. You're just like, oh God, here we go again. And I'm sure Monday people came back and thought the same thing, right? I guarantee people came in on Monday morning, their fucking faces melted off. They were short. I know people were short after OPEX. I know people were short. And their fucking faces melted off yesterday. No, dude, I closed. You fucking liar. You got smoked. So you told me that was the top, goddammit, on OPEX. That's what you told me. Again, trying to short this fucker down since February. Fucking calling tops in February and March. Fucking A, man. You tend to make you look like an asshole when you say that, right? This is the top. It sucks it sucks being a seller because you're like, that's the market top. You're like, oh shit. All right, that's the market top. The life of that person sucks. You know what? I don't want to be that person for you for 25. I'm like, I wrote this report I wrote the preview for 25, and I'm like, I can't fucking release this shit to people because now I'm joining the dark side. Like now I'm joining these guys that are, saying this is the market top and this is it. And I can't do it yet. We're not quite there yet. There is an escape path for a sideways and up market for the Treasury and Federal Reserve. But I'll tell you what, they're fucking lying to you. I'm telling you, the tightening is done. It is done. They're I thought there was a chance they could raise rates again. Like you might get like the stable path, but there's no fucking way. There's no way. They're done. They're either going to be chasing, or you're just done with this cycle. They're going to leave some ammunition along the way to add more fucking money to the fire, but they're done. They are done. Done. Well, we got some bad shit ahead of us that I know they're aware of, too. We've got like we have inflation cycles that are coming into focus next year. We got like the bottom of oil coming into focus next year, like major cycles. I spent the weekend going down the rabbit hole. So I haven't spoken to Bob Kendall yet. I'm going to ask him. But I did go after Larry Williams this weekend. These guys, man, and I've heard Bob already say this a few times. He's let it slip a few times. Now he doesn't talk about it a lot, but every once in a while I'll hear Bob say some shit like, oh shit, is this it? And because Bob, if Bob looks back to like 1894, he'll tell you that you can't throw a dart at it and say this is it. But Bob's like, we are in the end of, I forget what the fuck these LA waivers call it, like the grand poobah, like it's like the grand poobah, but like a super cycle within a super mega cycle in a cycle of a cycle of a cycle going all the way back to the start of the stock market, and we're at the last wave right now, the fifth wave of this like grand super cycle, and we should be completing it, but they can't target it on a monthly basis. It's like it could be this year or 3 years from now. It really is like throwing a fucking. It's literally. That's funny too. I was just thinking about there was some guy out there this week that was there was some guy again. He was like, he reminded me of there's a reporter for Washington Post. And this fucking guy couldn't hit the side of a fucking barn if his life fucking depended on it. And I think Winky Face said something to me about. So Winky Face is like, oh God, so and so's out there making predictions again. And it reminded me of our good friend who's really smart. The guy that now dresses like he's from Burning Man, and he wears yoga pants now. He does the short and long term debt cycle thing. I forget what his name right now, but these guys make these predictions, and it's like they can't even hit the side of a fucking barn. They can't even tell you that it's in the next 3 years. They're just like, it's right now, and they'll tell you that for like 20 fucking years. And you're like, God damn, those motherfuckers. Sorry, I won't be swearing. These guys can't apologize. Beep. These guys couldn't hit the side of a literal barn with a softball if their lives depended upon it. But guys like Bob Kendall can. Guys like Larry Williams can too. And so I went down the Larry Williams hole this weekend, and he's all over it too. He sees it clear as day. He knows that it's there looming in the background. That we are coming to an end of a pretty big cycle here. And he's like, it could be now, it could be in 3 years. He's like, I can't tell. And I'm like, good. At least he's honest about it. He's not going to pigeonhole himself and say that doom and gloom on January 1, 2026, because not there yet. The Fed can and does have ways to extend a soft landing. But we are showing the beginnings of a recession right now. I want you to know that's why they're cutting rates. We are showing a rate of change in the rate of unemployment that's really scary under the surface, and they don't want to panic anybody. And if that continues to deteriorate by next summer, if they don't do their magic, if they don't start pouring the money on, there's no way to escape it. That's the truth. We will enter a recession. There'll be nothing the Fed can do, nor the Treasury Department. So if that is the case, they are going to need to pour the money or turn that fucker on. That money printer is going to have to burr, baby, burr. Now, there could be an argument made that on a macro that industrial capacity is coming back online. I made that post this morning on Twitter. We have a new industrial revolution. I've shown you guys in the past that our economy is made up of services. Wolf Richter is keyed in on this too. He talks about how our GDP is dog shit. It's all service based. There is a way to outrun debt to GDP ratio. There is another way to outrun all of this with combined with the Fed cutting and Treasury Department loosening, and that would be that our industrial production ramps in a significant way over the next coming 2-3 years. That could be a solution. We don't account for that in our economy anymore. We haven't accounted for our industrial capacity since the mid-'80s, 1990s. From the late 60s, I would say, 1965, 60s, 1970. And then more, in particular, 1975 and moving forward, we started to sell out our industrial capacity in the United States of America. We became a service-based economy. I remember when I was a kid. I want to tell you a story here. When I was a child, everything was American. American made. Made in the USA was a big thing. And we started getting away from that. We started to get bad products. And I remember my dad switching over and buying a Toyota. About a T100 or 1000. I don't know which one it was or what it's called. But about his first Toyota truck. And he loved it. The big three were making gas guzzlers that broke down. They were like, I mean, full-on gas guzzlers. They broke down. They were expensive. Ford's laughing. Chevy's laughing along the way. And meanwhile, we started to lower tariffs, and we employed China as a manufacturer for the United States. We sold down our manufacturing capacity in the United States. We started getting oil from overseas. We started shutting down our steel plants. And we shifted towards a service-based economy. I remember from my childhood that taking place. I also remember that there was a big screaming fight. It was like a fight in the United States of don't do this, and it's going to harm our country. And it was a race to the bottom. Better, cheaper products, and nobody cared. And we made that shift. And there was another thing that was said at that time, which was if you switch to a service-based economy, this was a big one. If you switch to a service-based economy, our country will collapse, and it'll be the end of the United States of America. That did not happen. Our economy kept chugging along, and our GDP grew, and we became wealthier as a nation. Now, some of you would argue we haven't because the quality of what we have is even less than it was at that time. I would agree with that to some extent. And we have trained people to accept lesser quality, but the quality of life has gone up. Medical care has gotten better. You now all have flat screen TVs around your homes, 80 inches for $700. That's dirt cheap, right? You all have computers this big. You got them on your wrists. You got them in your hand. You got them floating around your house. You throw them away. You literally buy little cigarette things with microprocessors in them. And in the moment that they die, you throw them in the fucking trash. Right? So quality of life has somewhat gone up since I was a child, even though things don't last as long in general, or you have to pay for that quality today, unlike when I was young. And we've done well as a country. Now, fascinatingly, if we were to increase our manufacturing capacity, industrial production, like we have with oil, there is a part of our GDP that is not realized yet from that. That's where we come into needing bodies. We need babies. We need people to start having babies to fill those jobs, don't we? If we're going to start building shit here, we need kids or we need immigration. It's one or the other. There's only a couple ways to get around this. So you need demand, right, where I'll pay you more money for you to work in a manufacturing plant, right? So your wages should go higher. You know, the complaints, I can't, I don't want to have children. They're all doomed. There's a plan in place for them not to be doomed and for you not to be doomed. A higher pay, higher living wage, and jobs that need filled. And when they have jobs that need filled in that capacity, they're going to pay more. And so that make you feel good, right? Like, you know what? I can have kids. I'm getting paid $150,000 just being a driver for UPS and FedEx. I can pump out a couple kids. I can adopt a couple kids. So that those wheels are turning right now in the background of our economy. Whether you see that or not. And I posted a video this morning on FinTwit about it. And if you look closely, if you watch that video I posted on FinTwit this morning, the Rust Belt of the United States is coming back. We're having this golden age where business magnates, industrial captains are reinvesting in the United States in some kind of capacity to make things again. Now, the initial action of that should be positive for this country. The scary thing is, why are we doing that? Why are we increasing our industrial capacity? We don't have the ability right now as a nation to make certain things. We can't for a few big reasons. One reason is we don't have the resources. We don't have miners anymore. We don't control the mines everywhere. Another thing is that we don't have the skill set anymore. So we need immigrants. And we need to train a new generation of Americans to learn how to manufacture, don't we? And we also need the tools, the dies, the factories all to be built. And why are we doing this? Right? Down the road, what is the fear? The fear and the threat is China. It really is. The hegemony of the United States. The hegemony of freedom. Think tighter. The hegemony of the United States, hegemony of freedom. Whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. I don't care particularly. I just know that there's a thesis out there that we have to protect that, right? There are European countries looking for us to protect that. Looking towards us to protect that, right? That's true, whether you like it or not. It's what it is. And it harkens back to World War I. World War I, we had that same thing going on, where there was a fear that there was a fear, not quite World War II, but World War I. There was a fear of who is going to be number one in the world. We're kind of back there again, and it looks like a fight is brewing, doesn't it? You can see the United States shifting our military shifting towards a confrontation with China. And you can't have that confrontation with China if you do not increase your own production abilities in the background. And it's happening. You can see it. It's right in front of you. I live in Detroit now. I see it. It's glaring. I try to tell people. You guys have seen me scream this from the top of my lungs for 4 years now, right? Detroit is not the same place that it once was in any shape or form. Even our military is moving to like the upper or the UP right now. The United States military is doing a bunch of testing up there, proving grounds and stuff like that. Stuff I don't know if I should talk about that stuff, but it's not private information, but or it's not like it's public information, but it's just not talked about a lot. If you look at what's going on in the United States right now, there is a monumental shift taking place. So that could actually save our markets. Not like doom and gloom 10-year outlook and stuff, that sideways market that goes nowhere. The industrial capacity of the United States, increasing it, could shore up our GDP and put us into this like almost like the Roaring '20s, right? Almost like turn of the century. It's different. It's not the same, but it's similar. So XLF, diverging from the market, they bought that. Of the 3 sectors that the banks bought, it's the only one not turning up. It should turn up here soon. It should be. As a matter of fact, it makes for a great dip buy for the next leg higher. For this leg higher, you should see XLF make a turn higher. They're along that right now too, even though it hasn't turned up yet. But anyways, these are things that I'm looking at. That's the things that I looked at over the weekend and yesterday, looking out into 25, 26, 27, 28, and into the end of the decade. Like, what are we looking at here? Like, how bad can it get? How good can it be? Can the market be saved, or is the market going to go into like a really nasty period or not? What are the arguments for it and the arguments against it? I do this because of myself, not for you guys. I'll be honest. I do this for myself because I want to know, and we're coming into the end of a housing cycle too. So I want to know, like, is it gonna be a nice pullback, or is it gonna be a crash? Is it gonna be a fraud? There's a lot of people out there right now calling for that next leg down. There was a guy that I posted about yesterday, and he was calling for the market to roll from here, and which I found fascinating. I'm like, this guy is basically calling for a fraud roll like 2008. This guy's a reporter for Washington Post, and he called for it. I think last year or the year before. He did the same thing, and I was shocked. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I do realize that we had the Mag 7 driving the entire market, but if you do minus Mag 7 and you look at the rest of the market, it has gone nowhere since December or since January of 2022. The rest of the market has gone nowhere. And from 2021 into 2022, the legs got cut off the rest of the market. So theoretically, a bunch of the market hasn't moved since December of 21. No, 20. Excuse me. So from December of 2020, a lot of the market has gone nowhere. They got cut. The legs got cut out from a lot of these companies in December of 2020. Then we had not Mag 7, but we had Fangman plus T drive the market, and the indexes drive the market in 2021 to 2022. And you've got all this pent up market that hasn't gone anywhere into this moment. And this guy's like, well, we're gonna roll it right now. Market's done. Market's gonna roll down and crash, and we're gonna get a fraud crash. And I'm like, oh, like 2008. Let me show you guys something really quick here. This is why I'm like, people say things like our boy back there. our boy back there on the wall, our boy Mike Burry, greatest trader of all time, right? Yeah, you got your 2001 overpriced, right, tech market. And that was a pretty bad last leg right there. That was a doozy. But it wasn't that bad. We only traded down into our quarterly expectation here for a downside target. Actually wasn't that bad. 2008, the expectation was that we would trade down to that same quarterly and recover. Your boy Mike made money only due to that last leg. That was the fraud leg right there. That went down to the 6 month. That went down to the 6 month trigger. Unexpected. And you're basically saying the same thing right now, is that this guy is basically saying you're not, you're going to roll it down like we rolled it down, right? We're going to come back down and we're going to get a fraud leg down in the market. Fraud leg down in the market. He would be in prison today, Mike Burry. He'd be in prison today had he not gotten this last leg. And what's even crazier is during this entire recovery, he could have made all that money. I mean, think about the fact that this market just kept going higher and higher and higher, and Mike's just screaming fraud, right? And had we come back down to this last price right here, it was still higher than 2001. He would have went to prison. He would have lost all of his clients' money. Only by going down below did he actually make that last little leg money down there, believe it or not. He missed all this. He could have been making bank, could have been rich. His clients could have been rich. You know what I mean? So it's like just here is where he made his money. And they might be like, well, that's genius, Cap. No, he should have made all this money is what he should have done. And then called the top over here, right? He would have been better off if he had made all this money here. Right? Made the money from here and missed this over here because it's still recovered. Within a year, it recovered. Just that one little leg, he's credited with that, right? And so now when we're over here, this guy's over here saying, well, no, you're going to get that, and then you're going to get this down here. We're going lower. See it down there. He's calling for that right there. He's calling for the fraud leg. You see the range expansion that's showing up here? This is 1960. This is that 19. Look at how high that is, 7,000. Yeah, baby. Something like that. 10-year period. And Chloe turned that off. The triggers we can actually time tops and where we and targets for the lower legs. We can time I can actually show you the triggers going back to 1897 and show you what each trigger signifies. Like World Wars, we go to a specific trigger. It's the same as a depression. Depression and World War hits the same trigger. And market fraud does too. All three of those, same trigger. And normal market crashes go to a different trigger, or fairly close to it. If the market ever rolls over, I can give you the exact targets. Depending upon the severity of the crash, I'll give you like exact numbers. I got it charted all the way back to 79, 1879, I think. Something like that. Late 1800s. We've got it going all the way back to then. I actually have triggers that I haven't shown you that are going all the way back to the start of the stock market. I haven't shown you those, but that's where you get the waves. And I can show you where velocity says the same. Like the velocity shows you every wave too. It's like the velocity shows you like the full ramp from 1897 till today. It shows you like the full ramp, and then it shows you like each successive like 10-year, 20-year period, 80-year period. And shows you how they all line up. Is he regarded? Yeah, he's regarded. Of course he's regarded. He would have been in prison if he hadn't gotten that last night. There were so many easier trades for Mike Burry, it wasn't even funny. Have you ever seen the movie about him? They were trying to come after him, right? They were like, give me my fucking money back. Like, I don't give a fuck that you made me money 8, 9 years later. You fucking didn't make me money for 8 or 9 years. I don't care that you're eventually right. Everybody's eventually right. Get out of my face. Give me my money back. And those guys never went back to Mike Burry either. Those guys had their money under Scion management, left. They were like, I'm out of here. It was like being held hostage for a decade. Can you imagine giving someone your money and they're like, he's like, next year you'll get paid. And then a decade later, he's like, no, not yet. Not quite yet, man. Soon. It's just like, come on, dude. I just missed the party years. Let's let you hit those triggers. We did hit the trigger. We hit him in the 2022. We hit the what our expected target. We hit it. Just above it. Mike Wilson wanted to hit it exactly, and we didn't. Mike Wilson called for one of them, like the exact trigger. Came out in like September, October, and was like 35, whatever it was, like 35.20, like right there. And we didn't hit it. He's like, there's still risk that we can hit it. And I'm like, that fucker wants to nail it right on the fucking. He wanted to hammer it, and the market just counter traded his ass. Thanks, JC. You can freeload, man. Freeloading's fine around here. I like freeloaders. Yeah, there is in the bat. Someone just said in the Discord, they said the labor shortage. I just don't see the recession being that bad. That is the counter argument. If there is a counter argument, it's the increase in industrial and manufacturing production in the United States. You want to see that continue. If you're young, you want to see that continue in the next over the next decade. You want to see us get back into shipbuilding. You want to see us get back into producing shit. And the demand for people for those jobs to increase over time. You want to be open to immigration. You don't want to be an asshole to people either. You don't want to be like, you can't have an abortion. You can't do that. You have to make, it's like, rather than pay you more, they just fucking want to stop you from having an abortion. Can I get option B? We don't pay them and we force them to make their kids. Like, that's the savage, brutal, like, that's a brutalist, like, industrialist tycoon way of doing it. It's gross. You just pay them, okay? Fucking pay them so they have kids. It's like this, like, turn of the century, like, penguin. Rah! You know, rah! We're gonna take everything from them, and we're gonna make them have kids. You allow immigration. You pay them a good wage. What are my thoughts? I just gave you my thoughts. We have declining birth rate in this country due to quality of life. That's why we have declining birth rate. It's very simple. We need there's a few things behind this. We need easier education. I don't care what it is. I don't care if you want to be a janitor, fucking slamming roofs up, whatever it is you do. You go to tech school for it. They teach you economics. They get you a degree or certification, something. We need to educate America needs educated. Our education system sucks. We have gutted it, and it is dangerous. We can't have it. It's unacceptable for our country to fall behind like it is. My children are my two daughters should not have the education that they're provided that other kids are not provided with. I have the opportunity for my children to be homeschooled, private schooled, tutored, and parents that spend time teaching concepts to them. Most people don't have that time or ability to do with their kids today. And our public education system is being dismantled. It's wrong. Second thing we need to do is pay higher wages across the board. And we can artificially make that happen. If we increase industrial production in our country, there will be a shortage of workers. So you will have to pay more to fill those positions. And that, in turn, should give the ability for people to want to have children. You'd be surprised how many people want kids when they can pay for them, when they have extra money floating around. Like, hey, I can go buy a house. I'm not worried about paying my mortgage. Single people, married people without kids are afraid. They're on Reddit. You can hear them. They say, I have a mortgage and I'm afraid I'm going to get hurt, or I won't pay my mortgage next month, or I'm going to miss my PMI, or I'm going to miss my taxes. It's not cheap to own a house. Forget mortgages. Taxes aren't cheap. Taxes are a lot of instances today. Taxes are a rent in an apartment. Just taxes every month. And a lot of cases are just rent payment. It ain't no big deal. You have to be able to make that, right? But you need. I don't mean it's not a big deal. I mean, it's saying it's not a big deal in terms of the rest of the costs that you have to be a homeowner. It's a small piece, and some people are struggling just to pay rent. They're like, I can't pay rent. I'm like, shit, man. Can you imagine if you owned a home right now, what the cost would be? The maintenance, the upkeep, the other fees and service fees, and your mortgage, and something goes wrong. Need a new roof. Your drain collapses in your backyard. There are whammies all over the place. Oh, and by the way, you got to own a car and have insurance, right? And so we need to pay these people more money so they feel comfortable to make babies. We need them to be educated. This new generation of kids, they need to be educated. The coming generations need to be educated. We need to open up our borders with some kind of immigration reform, whether it's come work and go home. We used to do that back in the day. We used to have immigrant laborers that come from Mexico. They can go home and migrate up to California. They go back home. And we need an easier path for that. And we need smart people from other countries, too. We need smart people from India. We need smart people from anywhere in the world. Open up our borders. They've been open. Yeah, they are open. I agree, they are open. We create a lot of that too, though, don't we? If you look at any of the immigration flows right now from countries not Mexico, we have tariffs on those countries. Ever notice that? From every presidency. Going back to Reagan, I think we started doing that. Like Reagan, from Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. Any country that would place heavy tariffs on, we get immigrants from. Whenever those tariffs come off, they go back to their countries. This is excluding Mexico. That's an indirect consequence of tariffs on nations, embargoes, and tariffs. It's kind of shocking, right? But we need those people. We have a low birth rate right now in the U.S. We need to stimulate that, especially for our future. So it's like multifaceted. Yeah, you're saying this one guy saying his property taxes are around 10 to 12,000 a year, just property taxes. My property taxes went to the moon. They're ridiculous right now. They're out of control. Last year in particular they went we're in 24, right? In beginning of 23, and then my tax bills in the turn of 23 to 24 went stupid. We got a county tax. I got a county tax last year. It's like up until last year, we would have city council meetings, and they would read off the Zillows of people that didn't pull any building permits, and they were showing pictures of their brand new houses. Their brand newly renovated houses are for sale. So these people were literally renovating their homes during COVID. They had old pictures up on Zillow, and our city council here in Detroit, who was reading off, they like printouts of these houses and say this, they didn't pull permits, they didn't pull permits. It got so obscene that they just did a blanket tax. It was like a home renovation or rehab tax. Every single house in Detroit or in Wayne County got it. They just said, fuck it. We're just going to assume that everybody built a new kitchen during COVID. So anyways, that is the argument against the recessionary or the sideways and down or lost decade. Would be an increase in industrial production, GDP becoming more robust, not just being service-based, but service-based and manufacturing-based. And we really do have a glaring defect in the background, don't we? That is, we don't have enough workers. And I just don't think, personally, I don't like the idea of you can't have an abortion. There are other ways to increase childbirth in the U.S. You really do need better schooling, cheaper schooling, paths for people not to be taught. Like, we inshittify everything. We inshittify, if you go to college, you're screwed for life. Like, you really need to think about this as an American. Like, we can't be inshittifying fucking loans for college education. You don't need to, like, strap a woman down and say you can't have an abortion, can't have access to health care, or I don't know, like whatever it is. You need to motivate these people to want to have babies. Give them a reason to have babies. Pay them well, educate them, pay them well, and trad wives. What the fuck is a trad wife? Who wants a trad wife? That'd be a nightmare. Your trad wife's at home, like, fucking pounding martinis and eating pills all day long. What are you, out of your fucking skull? They did that shit in the 50s and 60s. That didn't end well. Yeah. That didn't end well. You gotta like motivate people. I know, do you not have a homestead? Like that lady out there in Utah. I know that town she's from. And it's funny because her husband's like a billionaire. I'm like, come on. None of this is based in reality. You got like Elon out there just talking crazy right now. It's like, what are you talking about? I need to breed. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Madman, of course. I would say start with education. We gave it the old college try. We gave it the old college try. We thought private was better. It's not. Choice is better. That's bullshit. It was a scam. Take care of the education. We probably need Gen X to come around and revamp our immigration policies like a full sweep. Get rid of the bureaucracy, get rid of the money behind it, and redo it so that we can control our borders. I don't mind building the wall either. I'm actually not anti-building the wall. I got no problem with it, as long as it was hand in hand with immigration reform. I want to know who's coming in, and I want an easy path for the right people to come in too. Even if you're poor, like if you're poor and you're from some other country and you're just like, I got to get out of this shit. I'm open for you coming here. We'll spread you around. We'll get you spun up and get you a good job and start making some money for the older classes. I am not anti that at all. Right now, it's just a shit show. It's complete and utter. I think we can all agree on that too, right? I don't think your political background matters, right? Just imagine you could get, an easy path. Like, right, so I used to live in Vail, right? I used to have a home in Vail, Colorado, and they'd bring in illegal immigrants to work at Vail, and they would bring an immigration bus every spring. They'd literally bring a bus, and they'd put people on a bus and drive them back to the border to Mexico. Said, come in, do the winter season, and then go home. It's kind of hush-hush. Why not just make it an easy path? We need workers for a ski resort. We need workers for a chicken processing plant. We need workers for picking tomatoes on little hand carts on your hands and knees. If there are people that want to do that work, don't tell me as an American you're willing to do that work. I don't want to hear that fucking shit. That's a lie. None of you guys want to do that work. Like, literally none of you. Those jobs are available right now. There's tons of them. They're everywhere. You guys don't take that work. You guys have been here for a while. That's one of the benefits of being here for a while, isn't it? You don't have to take those jobs. You get great education. You get to take a better job, a better paying job. It's okay to have that benefit. It's okay. Oh, C minus, huh? We got a C minus on the 2-year note auction at 1 o'clock. The Fed bits 2-year notes total $1.4 billion. 2-year yield 0.52% before a $69 billion auction. The yield was actual 3.52. The previous was 3.84. Ooh, the actual was 2.59. Woof. That wasn't good at all. I'd agree with that. I don't know that it impacts the market today, though. It may not. It may not. It may not only because of the market structure today. It may. But I don't know that it impacts fully the market today. The market's pretty freewheeling right now. Let's check and see if the market's buying calls. I want you to know that 0 to 8 calls and puts matter right now. So if you have access to the Unusual Whales or Tradie Ticks bot, that is going to be a huge driver of price, regardless of market data at some points throughout the day. Yeah, have you guys ever seen some of that work? Like, that work is not fun. That work is there right now. There's only, in the United States, I think we have, how many meat packing or meat certification plants in the U.S.? I think we've got 3, right? I think we've got 3. And everything gets put on trains to go to those inspection points. I think we have 3 major inspection points for meat today. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I think that's true. My family raises animals, livestock. If you go to those processing factories where they process that shit, you're like living in the middle of nowhere in Wyoming. Like where real men live. Methamphetamine, truckers, oil workers. Like they don't even bring their families there in a lot of cases. You want to go there and get a job? Yeah, so Mike B said I tried to hire Americans to pick cherries in my orchard. That was a joke. If you live in New England or along the East Coast, apple pickers, those are not Americans normally, right? Those are immigrants. We bring them here to pick apples every year. They actually go up the coast picking apples. You guys know about that or no? And then we've got chicken factories in the South, right? We bring immigrants in to work in those factories too, right? So plucking chickens, skinning chickens, hard work. Military is pretty good pay. These days, it's really good. I'm impressed with the. It did really well through COVID too. They need to pay more though, or I think, well, maybe they don't. I've heard the counter argument to that if we actually went to war, it wouldn't matter. That's why they don't pay more right now. There's an argument going on that you should pay more to increase our service members, but I don't know that we have to. If we go to war, then we'll just do a draft. Then it won't matter. Yeah, the last time I was able to see apple pickers in person, they were from I believe Jamaica. The ones that I met, you don't often see them publicly on like apple farms. They won't show you the migrant pickers. But if you get there when they're not open to the public, you'll see them working in the fields and stuff. Yeah, military's pretty good career right now. Not only that, it got better after the early 2000s. My brother left the service. He went to work for the government. He went to work for some of the letter agencies. Then he left. He did letter agency work that was as an analyst, and he hated it. So he went to work for contractors and made bank. Went all over Africa and shit. Made some serious money. Then he came back and worked for a 3-letter agency on the ground in another country, in Afghanistan, in an embassy. And then he came back, and now he owns a logistics company. He owns an airline for the government, just like the. Anyways, I'm not gonna tell you that, but he owns that company now. He's done very well. Like the opportunities for before Iraq, before the second Iraq, your only opportunities were really to like go work for like a nuclear power plant or some shit. Those days have changed, right? There's a lot of opportunity in the military if you are career. There's a lot of opportunity around the military now. That wasn't always there. Buying all your jet fuel. Yeah, my brother's in logistics now for he's like a quasi government airline. I used to love trading Amazon, but it was boring. I used to trade Amazon. I trade like that whole Amazon crew. What I always find fascinating about Amazon is it's like a bread and butter trade for like your local financial advisor. If you ever get into like the group of traders, like there's a group of dedicated Amazon traders, and they're a great group, but they're like, it's like, okay, we're ready, and then it's like a lot of waiting. You get paid, then you have to wait for it to come back down. I used to say that AMD was like an easy, fun, like entry level options trade, but Amazon is a great one. I'm assuming when I'm retired one day I'll trade Amazon a lot. I like trading Amazon. It's a good trader. Easy. Market shrugging off the 2-year note. Market unbridled right now. Is Chase here today? How's Chase doing? Is he okay? I haven't seen Chase in a bit. Can the Tesla bots do outside work? Will robots help us out in our production goals? Yeah, they will. I just wouldn't be smoking the hopium on it. I feel like it's still farther down the road than we really believe or think. I think robotics is still 100 years away, 150 years away. There were a lot of promises made to my parents' generation. I remember when I was young, a lot of cartoons were focused on that, like future. And my parents had high hopes. When I was young, they're like, oh, when you're older, it's going to be a way different world. A lot hasn't changed. You know what I watched last week? I watched the movie Midway. It's on Amazon Prime, I think, right now. It's on Amazon or Netflix. And I was like flicking through the movie selection, and I'm like, oh, God. Movies suck now. Entertainment in general has been liquidated. It's like I get more enjoyment out of watching YouTube than I do watching TV anymore. I have nothing inspirational in general. So I went back and watched a movie called Midway. And it was fascinating to watch because a lot of that technology we still use today. They're driving Jeeps around. I mean, they were basic Jeeps, but I was like, we drive those same fucking Jeeps today. I was like, that was a long time ago. I was like, we're 2025. That's fucking 75 years ago. 75, 80 years ago. Still running with Jeeps today. We're talking about robots working in the field like 5 years. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know it's that soon. How do I feel about Intel? I'm going to say something to you guys about you guys said something earlier about NVDA, right? Let's look at a couple things here. SMCI, bottom right-hand screen. We've talked about this one already, right? Do you guys remember when I told you back here? I said that shit ain't coming back, and you didn't believe me? I got yelled at on FinTwit about this. Well, I can still trade the squeezes. I'm like, oh, God, here we go. SMCI, still looking for one more low. How do I feel about it? I feel about it. There's a trap here for bulls in November. Is your dip buy. Probably your best dip buy you're going to get is down there. There's a trap in here for you. Where's November? That's October 8th. Make it right there. Slide that over a little bit. Somewhere in here, there's a monster dip buy in here. When the dip keeps on dipping. So this is part of my argument right now is that there's like one more dip in middle of November, beginning of November, middle of November, but that dip should be like, boom, sexy. So somewhere in there. Now, I don't know that SMCI actually comes back. This could be in your Q4 expectation. I still think that like SMCI is not the choice. I think it's like NVIDIA. I'd be collapsing down into tech or indexes at this point, like your most high quality shit. Late stage bull cycles becomes more dangerous and dangerous and dangerous. To be picking other winners. Now, that doesn't mean SMCI doesn't come back in a year or 3 years or something, but it's just always more dangerous. It's more risk than you need to absorb. INTC. Why is he bringing up INTC? It's looking pretty shitty over here in INTC land. They've actually prolapsed. And they hit my target down here before. But there's more targets below. There are extensions down here to target with INTC. You know, there's a little more. There's the potential for INTC to squeeze up here, but make that last leg lower, believe it or not, before that November dip buy. The escape. So how am I feeling about INTC? I don't even know. I don't even think you're getting that high. I'm going to go against that. There's your 1. There's your 2. There's your 3. Bullish with a trap to more downside, believe it or not. It's trading currently on a low. You told me it wouldn't break 20, but it did. It actually broke 20. That's a bearish. That's a bearish sign for future new lows. Had you held flat 20, like bounced on 20 with some conviction, I would say, you know what? I'm wrong. If you ricocheted immediately off $20 and didn't break it, that'd be the most bullish you could be. That's not what happened. You just kind of fucking dropped and then eat a bag of dicks or sorry, I shouldn't swear. You know, you're just kind of grinding over here. So whoop, oh, one more. Not only that, but you have the action of tax loss harvesting in INTC. and they just squeeze you out one more time and dunk your head down there. Drown you in the apple bucket for October. You want some apples? How about some more apples? And instead, you should be bouncing off $15 right there. Not break 15. Probably the real dip buy for you. But you could trade this for now. It's okay to trade that. I got nothing. And to be honest, I'm a bull, so I could even get down with the idea that you might escape now. So maybe you're like 30% in, 60% in, and then if you break out later, you go the 90% in right here, like 30, 6. Then you put another 30 for 60, add another 30 over here for your 60, and you're off and running. I mean, yeah, I feel good about INTC here. I wouldn't say marry it. Put some time on them. And be willing to buy another dip if you have to. Watch, look at that. Almost near perfect. And we had this going down slowly, but they just said, nope, we're out. They just capitulate. Bam. Close halfback trades right here. Right in there, you halfback. Trap you in one more time. Bam. Go a little bit lower. Trap you in right here. I believe that's $25. Shocker. And that would be good. So you got your $25 here, right? I always like these. I always like these nice round numbers, right? So you got a $25. So if you're able to break above 25 just by a bit, $1.50 maybe, it just tells you, yeah, we're bullish, but it comes right back down one more time. And there's your real escape right there. Somewhere like that. You want to snap that for yourself? Looks plausible, doesn't it? No, I thought it was going to take longer. I thought it was going to be more like this. Then you'd escape. But they just said, fuck you. I can't blame them. I mean, that told the story right there, didn't it? Wham. God damn. Trapped your ass. Everybody back here. Same story. I tell you guys this story. You never want to hear it. It's like your buddy over here is telling you, no, dude, it's coming back, bro. And they're telling you everything's going to be fine, and then they fucking sell. Well, I'm out of here. Meanwhile, you're going, they told me we're going up there. They're like, I'm out. Guy like deletes his Twitter account, blocks you. I ain't no more NTC bull, man. I'm out. Just like, then you panic, boom, sell it all the way down. First chance I get, I'm getting out. Boom, downside. It's just one more drop. God, it sucks getting trapped sucks. I've been there. I'm in a trade right now. I'm in two trades right now. I got two shit companies that I don't have a ton of money in. I got like 10 grand worth of about $10,000 in two shitcos. And I'm locked in. I can't do anything. I'm fucked. Both recommends from friends. No names will be mentioned. They both warned me. It's a total lotto. I was like, okay. I was warned. I almost got talked into a new one recently. Almost got talked into a new one. I didn't take it. There's a little bit of a bear plane forming up here. Time is right now, 1:30 in the afternoon. They're trying to sell it. Yeah, I got some good news for you guys. I got some great news for you. I've been developing some stuff in the background and some new bear trades like INTC that would pick INTC as sell the fuck out of it. They're not quite ready to launch, but they're close. I ran them over the weekend. I got a bunch of macro stuff for you guys. I paid a lot of money. I might need some help from somebody. I paid a lot of money for an archaic, not easy. This is a professional tool, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with it. I might need to hire somebody. I don't know if it's that. I think I have to either spend a lot of time with it, 1 to 3 months learning it. The maths are hard. It's like none of this stuff is. It's not like you hit a button and go, "What's the gamma for today?" It's predictive, which is cool. It takes a lot of work, and you have to be very smart. I don't know if I'm smart. I think I might be smart enough for it, but I'm not positive. It'd be right up. You know what would be right up the alley of would be Trader Podcast. That guy could run this software for me, and I have to talk to him. And I get this really cool software. It's stuff that like hedge funds use and shit. And anyways, we'll see. We'll see if we can run it. If we can run it, it's going to be cool as fuck. But I think I need a really smart person. I need to employ somebody, or someone with just the time. I think I could do it, but I think it's like time. I think it's like takes time. So not just to learn, but to run. It's going to take someone doing it like 10 to 20 hours a week probably. Or like once a quarter. You could run this stuff for like a quarterly or a year outlook, and it would be really fucking cool. But it would take time commitment. I'm going to have to hire somebody from another country or something, guaranteed. That's what I'm thinking. Probably going to have to hire somebody from another country to do this work. Pepe, you're a quant dev? Are you really? Can you send me a DM to my email, bro? CaptainJimJames@gmail.com. Just say this is Pepe. If you're serious, yes. I'm serious. View on Tesla here. So like Tesla and Meta. All right, so you may or may not know this. Do you guys want to see some cool stuff? I don't know if I should show you this or not, but there's a reason why Meta is going up and other tech is not, other FangMan is not doing as well as Meta. If you were to compare right now all of the FangMan stocks, you can see that Meta had the higher lows and not the lower lows on the previous drop. Tesla as well. I already explained Tesla to you. I already said to you last week, the same thing applied to Meta. They had some escape velocity, right? So I went over Tesla last week and I had an improved outlook for Tesla, I believe, last week before. I don't remember. It was last week, the week before. Meta was the same candidate where other FangMan plus T stocks were not. If you were to compare the price action of all of FangMan plus T and throw in all of the AI trades. Just compare all of them together. Layer them all over each other, and you can see that Tesla and Meta told you before the move, or as the move was shaping up for a recovery, that those two tickers would do better than the rest. And we talked about that with Tesla. I said, they've got a window open to the downside. It's pretty nasty. And then that window closed on Tesla in particular and Meta to go higher. As a matter of fact, that software shows that too. Hold on 1 second here. Give me 1 quick second here. I got to do something here. Yeah, 1 quick second. Hold on. We got a shit ton of DMs. I got like 11, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 42, 47, 48. Jesus Christ. I got DMs everywhere. I got like 50 DMs. Ugh. $50 DMs. So Tesla, let's go back and do Tesla really quick. So Tesla, we talked Tesla last week or the week before. Here is Tesla. It's trading higher right now. The expectation is that it bounces around up here, back down, back up, back up. It has some escape velocity to the upside. You want to see it? It's improving. there was an opportunity for new lows on Tesla, and it's failed those. So my expectation here is that you are going to trade 319. Your target right now is 283 and 298. You've got a pretty severe downside move coming in here too, into the springtime, and you've also got a pullback coming up, but it should result to a great upside move into the end of the year. So you've got so it's like the rest of the market. So Tesla's back with the rest of the market, generally speaking. You should get a nice little high up here, a nice little pullback for mid-November, and then look for some a target of 300 into the end of the year with some volatility mixed in December. And then you're going to be looking for a dip to buy in the springtime, about $180 way down here. And then we'll talk about the summer. Now, this trade here is not confirmed yet for Tesla. That would greatly depend upon market conditions. So you got we need to know that we're not going into a recession this summer. I would say that none of this is confirmed. And not only that, what they could end up doing in the late winter is pricing in a recession, even if we don't go into one. So like when we go into that recessionary, we're gonna go into a recessionary trade. I'm gonna warn you of this. They're gonna price one in, whether we get one or not in the spring, late winter, early spring. They're gonna price one in, and they could hammer us in that springtime trade. So there's some unknowns here into the late winter, early springtime. Like when the dip keeps on dipping, we have that potential right now. If the data continues to look like shit and the Fed doesn't get off their asses and do something. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. It is. It is. It is. Hold on one quick second here. Hold on one second here. I gotta do something here. Wait one quick second here. Okay, so there's Tesla. Tesla upside target. Looks like they're making it right now. They're doing quite well here. Tesla should fail at 260, 262. They also have the taxi event coming up on when's the robo taxi event? I know we've got 2 events, right? Hold on a second here. We got 2 events. Hold on, we've got hold on, I gotta remember what these goddamn events are right now. Quarterly deliveries are out on October 2nd. Yeah, I got that right. I'm doing pretty good here. October 2nd. Yeah, you don't have a lot of time left here. I love good outcomes. Always love a good outcome. Always love good outcomes. I always like when the thoughts are in the right place. We got the Bears trying to sell the market down on C minus, taking a shot at it here. Crash the market on a bond. Sorry, I'm doing some stuff in the Discord right now. Yeah, it's a triple top. Single top, double top, triple top, quadruple top, quattro top. It's ocho top now. I can't believe we got a quant. We have a quant in our Discord. We actually have a quant. He's getting older now, though. He doesn't like doing any. He works. He takes the easy way. He likes to go on his boat and shit and hang out. He's rich now. I don't blame him. But if you're a young quant, we've got an older quant. We actually have a real true professional licensed guy in our Discord. So maybe he'd like to meet you. If you're a young up and coming quant. Yeah, Pepe, I'm interested, man. Send me that email, man. Yeah, it's weird when I meet, like, so we have an actual quant. So we've done bona fides and NDAs and all that kind of stuff. And he's legit. And they're great. They're smart. They're very smart people. They're I've only known two quants that I've been told. I've known one for a long time that's basically taught me how to trade. And the second one was in our Discord that I met, and his guy's fucking genius. It's bizarre because when you meet quants, they're like very calm. They like, I'm over here banging the lectern, and they're like, "Why are you banging the lectern at those people? They're not listening. Don't bother wasting your breath." I'm like, okay. You know, they don't care. The quants are weird. They're like, they're smart enough to just know. So they don't ever sweat anything. They're always like, don't worry about it. This is what's going to happen. I don't know how to explain it. I feel like quants are like their own thing. Like, they're very similar often. Do you guys notice? Do any of you guys know quants out there or no? I only know two. Two that I've met are both very similar. They have different personalities, but they're very similar in their conviction, and then it always works out, like almost every time. Yeah, really? The quants are on Adderall? I don't know. I don't think these two guys are on Adderall. One guy is the first quant I ever knew is a felon now. he got busted. he got busted by the SEC. Not the SEC. He got busted by I don't know which one went out. There's a couple different. I don't know if it was FINRA that got him. Was FINRA or one of those? You know, there's like FINRA, SEC, and there's someone else. I think it's the FTC is the other one. That's the bad one. You never want the FTC to come after you. I think that's the one where you go to prison. Exactly, Bork. No, but I actually have a business email, and I still haven't set it up. Like, I had it set up, and then we reset it, so I didn't reset it up, and so now my email, like, I don't really have an email right now, so my personal one, I think I still use. I might be wrong in this, but I still think business inquiries come to CaptainJimJames@gmail.com, and I don't use it for anything else. So I have someone that actually reads that. I don't actually read that email. I get someone that reads it for me, and they forward that email to myself and Joe and Bork. That's where I get all the requests for sponsorships that I go say no to. Oh, it's closing right now. We've got the bear plane. It's the doom plane. I do want you to be aware that as we head into, I want you to be aware of something. I talked about this earlier in the show, and I released a report today to membership. There is a bull trap here. It's there. Like, it could be. They're going to try it. Wednesday and Thursday, they're going to attempt sellers are going to make an attempt to at least do a hit and run on you. I want you to know that. They're going to try. The market is free to go wherever it wants, so I would not put it past a hedge fund to go out there and just slam the sell button on you. Just be aware of that. If you're in calls for these upside expectations, try to make them call spreads or have your hedge on. Your ratio spread would be nice too. Also, on Tesla, I want you to think about Tesla as a sell the news event. Even if it does moon on Robotaxi, I think they've got a delivery number on October 2nd. So just be aware that if they're ramping it up into those delivery numbers on the 2nd of October, your window kind of, all this like upside movement here. If Tesla outperforms and like ramps up here into the second, just know that if you get like that, where's the second? If you get that like any kind of like move higher, you just sell the news into their event. Okay? You turn your wife on? You guys are savages. Well, so what's going on right now is the market it unwinds right now, right? The market is intentionally hedged into a range over the course of a quarter, and then more hedging comes out each month. And some people say, well, the hedge from JPM is small. It is, but there are other entities that copycat JPM. There are other entities that hedge and with other structured options on the market, but are similar in scope to the effect that might make more money, but they're still similar. So what happens is as the market, so as each quarter unfolds, right, banks and hedge funds and participants trade on a quarterly basis, basically. They trade on higher time frames too, but let's look at it from a quarterly basis. The option market in particular, as the quarter goes on, right, we go like the start of a quarter to the second to the third quarter, more hedging is added each month of that quarter. And the market gets really wound up and like really like unable to escape as we head into the end of that quarter. And so when all of that gamma comes off, that gamma becomes more important as those options are ending. And they become like magnets. Not always. If we're far enough away, they don't, but they can become like magnets, and like the market becomes very tight, unable to move. So as those options expire into the end of a quarter in particular, there's some of that effect on the monthly basis, but on the quarterly, it's glaring. And so what happens is when all that non-price discovery comes off the market, where the market can actually discover price, it's easy for and also you've got larger participants not making any moves right now. So you got like a bank that's like, oh, I want to see the Fed meeting. I want my spreads to expire, and I'm going to wait for the inflows into the beginning of the next quarter. They're elephants. They really are. And I want this specific price to enter, and maybe I can get the market to help me get there where I really want to put my hedging on. Right? I'm serious. Like this is into like the end of the month, last day of the month. And then they've got like traders that are waiting to re-hedge at the end of the month at a good price if possible. If they can manipulate the market, they will. They'll like emphasize the market to go to a certain place for themselves, right? To get the best price. But the thesis here would be that the market right now is freer to move up or down. And due to all of this hedging activity throughout the course of a month and quarter that is now expired. So due to that, if you have low participation by major traders or major components to the market, right? Like you don't have a lot of activity by big banks, you don't have a lot of activity by hedge funds in whole. Yet for Q4, it's an opportune time for, like the Harlem Globetrotters to come out. It's like the sideshow. There's like an opportunity here for retailers to push the market around, for a hedge fund to push the market around, for a bank to quietly push the market around. And what you can do is you can amplify moves in these windows to the up or down side. And it's fascinating because you can get unwilling participants to amplify your thesis. Like, hey, we can go to 5750. You know, we can go to 6,000. We just need to instigate a whole bunch of people buying calls right now at this exact opportune moment. And what can we do now that there's hedges off the market? If we get continued call buying, we hit these certain numbers, we could force like CTAs to jump on board. We could force, theoretically, we could force dealers to chase price. They can't get neutral right now as price is climbing that quickly. So they would have to follow us until we hit those upside targets. Of course, the end result is once those dealers are no longer chasing you in the same trade with you, they immediately sell. And they see that turn before you do. They have access. They know that these buyers are dwindling, right? The bag is full. And so they'll leave you behind. And they'll make you the bag holder, the last people in that FOMO trade to the upside. So if vis-a-vis, not vis-a-vis, but in kind, if we do squeeze up there, right, we start ripping faces off. In kind, the moment that those participants are no longer forced buying to be buyers, they will immediately sell. More specifically, dealers would be, so they can make the market go lower. So if we don't have a lot of buying right now, dealers can sell into strength, right? Which is what you're seeing here. You're basically seeing strength being met by dealers selling into that strength, right? But if we start to trigger certain numbers, they have to turn around and not delta hedge you anymore. They are going to join you in the trade until you're done with your buying, or other parties, retailers that are FOMOing, maybe a hedge fund out there, or some CTAs or COTs. You're like triggering all these groups that have to chase or want to chase for that upside move. And so there's more of a window for it to happen. That's to the downside too. It's not just an upside thing. And in kind, when it ends, there can be negative or positive ramifications depending on the direction. You'll see that oftentimes we make huge outside of expected range downside moves. You'll see that people are like, I'm always waiting for a V-shaped recovery. That's on unexpected outside range moves where you get spot down, vol up. And as soon as it's done, we ricochet back up, right? So when you see that V-shaped, it's just an inverse V-shaped. Instead of a recovery, it would be a sell, right? So you squeeze like monster up, and then immediately it turns right back around, and we do some damage, right? I wouldn't expect those moves to hold. I wouldn't expect a move to 57.75, 50.80, 5,800, or even 6,000 to be permanent. If you think we're going to be hanging out up there, no. It's going to be like, woof, oh, yeah, woof, right back down. There's 0-date gamma on the market right now. That's the gamma that's on the market right now. It's all like it's all short-dated shit. It's all 0-date shit. Did you guys optimize, or did you see that shit with IWM that I sent you for Q4? Talk about frustrating, man. Like, IWM has a trap on it. It has like a built-in trap to just flush all the bullshitness out of it. Did you see that shit? I was like, oh, fuck, these guys are going to be pissed. There's like that's why our IWM is considered. If you ever met an IWM trader, they'll always tell you that it's like there's like real anger associated with it. Like when it's at its most bullish, it burns. Like, here are the 10 reasons why IWM should go to the moon. IWM will go down like fucking 30 points straight down to the depths of hell and flush every bull out. It totally is. Like IWM is like the biggest it prints awesome when it's running, but it'll wreck an account. IWM has like, it's like Tesla. IWM's very much like Tesla, like just like, yeah, man, everything's great. We're up fucking 500 points. We're going all-time highs. We're gonna double the price of Tesla. Then you like walk in Monday morning and Tesla's down like 600 points, and you're like, fuck. It's like the greatest disappointer. But when it moves, it's a beautiful thing. It really pulls people in. Like it moves for a period of time too. Like when it's moving up, it's like sustained. Like we're going up, yeah, baby. Going up tomorrow. Woo, up, making big gains. IWM's like pumping. Everything's awesome. You can get in the middle of it. You're making money, and then all of a sudden, wham. That's why they call it small craps. Smalls. I used to trade smalls with what's his name? Horse Liver Fat. I used to trade smalls with him. And he'd get so angry. And I would post all this, like I'd do all this shit posting with Russell Crowe. And he'd be like, God damn it, stop posting that shit. And I'd have like Russell Crowe with like I had like 10 different versions of Russell Crowe. And he'd be wearing like, he'd be normal, and then he'd be getting like slightly bloodied, and then he'd get all fucked up, and then he would like, all the blood would go away, he'd have bandages, and then he would have like gold and diamonds and shit and crowns. Like, do any of you guys remember that? It was great. And I used to run through like the phases of Russell Crowe on Twitter. And he would like go from like being the richest king out there and like then a fat slob all bloodied up. Bandages everywhere, and then I'd have like remove the bandages, and then like it was terrible. Oh God, the Russell Crowe. Yeah, totally, David. Totally, brother. It's brutal. Yeah, I think he's still with us. I think he stepped away from FinTwit. I think he went through a personal matter with his family. He texted, or right before he got off Twitter, he sent me a DM and he said that he had some family stuff he was going through, and that Twitter was, dude. So like he was going through some Twitter stuff or family stuff and didn't want to focus on Twitter any longer. I think he's still with us. I don't see where he's gone. I think he's still doing his thing. As a matter of fact, so like yesterday I started deleting Twitter because they you can't block people on Twitter anymore. Did you guys hear about that? I actually started the delete tweet thing. I'm going to delete all of my tweets from Twitter. I started yesterday and it didn't work. I have to download my entire tweet history. So my daughter is working on it right now for me. You can't block people on Twitter anymore. Did you notice? Did you guys know that? That happened yesterday morning. You guys all aware of that? So I'm switching my Twitter presence to like not quite automated, but it'll just be market focused, like trade the trigger handle, all that stuff. Twitter's dangerous right now. Or I think it's turning into dangerous. Elon doesn't like being blocked by everybody, or people being able to block each other. Very dangerous. Or people in their personal lives. No, we're deleting everything. We're deleting the entire all Twitter history. Twitter's going to turn into like a robot. You can't block anyone on Twitter anymore. You can't be blocked, and you can't block anybody. They get to see I have a stalker on Twitter. I don't know if you know that. So I've got a confirmed stalker on Twitter. So I can't have that in my life. I don't know if you guys know that out there. I do. He's probably watching right now. I have an actual really crazy. Some of you guys know who that is, right? I think, don't say who it is, but I think some of you guys personally know who he is. Oh, here we go. No, I'm not talking about you, Chris. No, I've got I have someone with a mental health issue that I found out is very dangerous. And I have to protect my wife and my children. So I got no choice. If I didn't have a wife and kids, I wouldn't care. But I think it's with the wife and kids is the biggest fear. I got young children. I can't have anything to do with it. So yeah, you can't be blocked anymore. There's no blocking anymore. Blocking's over. You're not blocked by anybody. There's no blocking out there. Andy can't block you. Nobody can block you anymore. There's no more blocking. You can see everybody, anywhere, anytime. Yeah, I don't know how much longer Twitter is going to be there. Do you guys think that Twitter is going to make it or no? Do you guys think that Twitter has a chance of being sold or going bankrupt, or it'll never go bankrupt, or never just talk? Or do you guys think that Twitter has a chance of failing? I mean, I have to admit to one big thing about Twitter. It is the premier place for breaking news. There's two or three things about Twitter that I would say that makes it no other service out there compares. The first one would be breaking news. There's nothing. There isn't a TV station, a news service. Maybe I would say the only two things that beat Twitter would be the DMs on a black box. The DM system on a black box are legit, but you got to know those people. We got just so you know, we've got a quick roll coming up here. Got a 1 in 5 minute bull playing. Sellers trying to come in and sell this market down. They've been trying that since about 115, 130. We did have a 2-year note that was a C-. They're taking a stab at it right now. But Twitter is like breaking, like outside of there's two services. I'm going to give you two services that blow Twitter away for breaking news. The first one is a black box. So a Bloomberg terminal, not the actual terminal, but the DM system in there is probably the best, hands down. Number two would be the company Trade the News. I have never anywhere seen anyone anywhere, including Twitter, ever break news faster than that company. Trade the News, hands down, has broken market news that matters. I mean the stuff that matters. I've never seen any company come out with that ever, with that delay. Anywhere from 15 seconds to minutes, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Never seen it anywhere. It's expensive. They're not cheap. I think they're $400 or $600 a month. They don't come cheap. They're expensive. But I've never had a service like that. And I got to give them props where the props are due. Trade the News is hands down. They beat all of them. I've paid for every news service in existence. I've paid for them all. And that one right there is unbeatable. You can't beat Trade the News. Can't be beat. And I mean, like, market crashes. They'll let you know, like, a minute before it happens. They'll say the market's going to crash. And you're like, oh, shit. And we'll drop 100 points, 30, 40, 50, 100 points. And they got that shit. So I would say those are the two things that beat it. But other than that, nobody really beats Twitter, do they? I don't think anywhere. I don't think there's any news service anywhere out there that you can for free that comes close to Twitter in general. So that's their first thing they got going for them. And the second thing they got going for them is people with a professional presence elsewhere ruminate on Twitter, which is fascinating in and of itself. So if you got someone that, like, maybe they're a reporter somewhere, or they're an author or a writer or a game developer or whatever it is you're into, doesn't really matter. If they have a Twitter presence, they'll oftentimes develop stuff in Twitter, and then they make it public for the masses. So kind of like a comedian going to a shitty nightclub, your local dive bar, and they go to a comedy. Sometimes you get your best comedy at dive bars, because a professional or an amateur or someone that gets paid to be a comedian, they'll run routines on you where it's never gonna see the light of day, right? So they can get the hold on a second here. Just quick check here. I should have bought that shit. So that's the first thing, right? The second thing, sorry, I'm talking to the Discord really quick. So, the second thing, of course, is the ruminations part of Twitter. People, you might not realize this, but a lot of people will push ideas on Twitter to see what the reaction is, and then they'll use it elsewhere. So Twitter, that's another amazing part about Twitter, is that you'll get like access to someone or a thesis or an idea, and then it goes public for the masses elsewhere. And I think that's another part of Twitter that makes it hard to beat. But I'm wondering about are you guys noticing that their ad dollars are going to like zero right now? Like their ad dollars are getting destroyed. Elon just bent the knee to another country. It's a real shithole right now. I wonder if it'll last. Let me know your thoughts on in the chat. Do you think that Elon keeps it because of the potential? I think there's a lot of potential there. Even though he paid too much for it, I think what it could become is very valuable, even though he overpaid for it. But it is like suspect looking at it right now. The operating costs of Twitter and then the advertising on Twitter, like all that stuff is counter to that other stuff I talked about. I thought the same thing. Coco, I'm with you on that. I think it's a poisoned well at this point. Either time, it could either be time or sell it, but still own it. That would get rid of that poison well. Even if it stays like what is his vision. I think he's poisoned that well. Even if it stays with his vision, like sometimes it's just a new face. It's not necessarily change direction, any of that kind of stuff. It wasn't didn't who's the other guy there? The guy that looks like whoever the other owner of it was more than one owner, but they've always had that challenge, right? The balance of Twitter has always been a challenge, and to make it profitable too, it's always been not an easy task. TL. It's a hard thing Twitter's a hard place. There are ways to block Twitter so you only get certain things in your feed. 2:25 in the afternoon. See if we can snag that one little bit right there. Yeah, I don't know about the Elon thing. I have other fears about Elon too. I'm still scratching my head on Elon because like he's not getting younger. He gets older every year. How old is he right now? Well, this is what people don't think about is like no one sees further. So he's 53 years old, right? What does he probably have? 20 years? 17 years? Like good years. Like you figure by the time he's 70, they start to relax a little bit, right? He talked about going to Mars. He's probably got 17 kick-ass years. Then you start to change as a person, right? When you enter your like 70s and 80s, you start to enter a different phase in life. So let's say he's got 15 to 17 years. Those years start burning, don't they? Anyone that's older out there knows like 5 years, boom, gone. 5 years, boom, gone. 5 years, boom, gone. So that's a lot of work. Think about that. Like the next 5 years leaves him 10. For Twitter and X and all of these dreams and hopes and aspirations, like building AI, building robots, building cars, building robo-taxis. You start to see like semis and we're going to Mars and we're doing this and we're doing that. And you're just like, the candle's burning. The candle just keeps burning and burning and burning. Time is a bitch, isn't it? And things get weirder as you get older too, right? Like Howard Hughes. I'm sure there was a time with Howard Hughes where you're like, yeah, everything is great. And I think that was the case with Howard Hughes too, wasn't it? Like everything was fine, and then one day it wasn't. And the eccentricities catch up, and before you know it, he's like, buy a hotel room, top of the world, and you stop seeing, stop touching grass, and things get weird, right? And then there's another problem here too, and this is this is a real problem. Not just your age, but new generations of kids come up into adulthood, and they're like, there's probably some kid out there right now. It's like, I'm going to take that guy down, and I got the next best thing, and he doesn't have it. And if you get that next generation in the mix, you start to think about looking at like companies like IBM or INTC, or just like, yeah, it's not the new shiny thing anymore, right? So you got like all that wear. You got all that wear, and all that wear and tear over time. And then you got this is another scary part too. You get younger generations, like the Elon hate on Twitter, and Reddit is massive. You got to account for that. It doesn't matter now, but it does matter when if you not brainwash, but if you tell a bunch of kids Elon sucks every day for 10 years or 15 years, that next generation is like, hey, you know what? I'm not going to go with that. And that does matter. That does have an impact down the road. Kids are finicky. Think about when you were a kid and your parents told you this is the great AOL rules. And you're like, I don't know, Mom. You should start looking around elsewhere for this next big thing. Why don't you like put that AOL disk in the garbage, Mom? Oh, I'm in. Right there. Did you see that? Yeah, boy. Did you see that? Oh boy. Oh boy. That was near perfect. Went to like 9 pennies. It went to 9 cents for like a second. That was pretty good, wasn't it? Ah, yes. Now let's see if they go to do any more damage if they're mad. That was amazing. Not only was that amazing, but the price on options right there was near perfect to a penny. Should I just get out now and take the money and run, or no? Oh God. What do you think, David? Stay in or get out? David knows what I did. David was watching very closely. Oh boy. 571Cs went down to 0.09, right? 0.08, 0.09 for like a brief second. Amazing. Like gorgeous. Oh yeah. Ninja, get inside the Discord. God damn it, get in the Discord. Now we got to find out which way we're going here, if they're going to actually break us out or not. Look at that gorgeous shit right there. Fucking so beautiful. Wait all day long for that one fucking trade. You've got a target in the Discord from David AMS. Fucking look at that shit. I'm not going to draw it on the chart for the stream. I will give you these, though, right there. And that one right there. Yeah, there's a lot of like with Elon, it's like I think there's like he has two major issues. The first one is time. Time is huge for Elon. And I don't think anyone likes to address it. Time with new generations of young kids and their perception of him. Time for smarter people to be born with new ideas. People like fresh ideas. The world is built on that, right? And then, of course, time with his age. If anything negative happens to him, you know, if he has any, like, it could have a heart attack, anything that's unforeseen. I think that's always an issue for someone like Elon. Could be an issue in the future for Elon. So you're always like scared about that stuff. And then he's got a lot to do, right? Or a lot that he professes to want to do and accomplish. And then some of the really smart. There's a contingent of so I do follow SpaceX, and I like to listen to a lot of SpaceX. I like to listen to a lot of SpaceX bulls that break away a little bit and talk about the truth behind SpaceX. They're still like, they love Elon. They're Elon fanboys. They're SpaceX fanboys. But they often discuss the realities of getting to Mars and how far away we actually are from getting there. It has a lot to do with lift capabilities. And it's not so much like, it's not even like the radiation or the time in space. A lot of it is lift, literally getting what we need up into space and then getting it there and back with some stuff left over. And it's not easy. And they're saying it's going to take more time than Elon will likely be alive. And that there's more technology that needs to develop that's going to take time. Like Mars is more than likely not a reality in my lifetime. Or even if it is, it's in the last years of my lifetime. It's likely not as guaranteed as we might think that it is. Which kind of sucks, right? So you have to like think about the reality. I like the excitement, of course. But you start thinking about this stuff and you're like, I don't know, like time's a wasting, clock is a ticking, and that's a concern. It can be done. It should be done. We need a way to. We should. I think we should do the moon personally, but it's really close to the Earth. Robotics, AI, and other nations can come get us, but I think that humanity does need a way to get off world. I think we have that ability now. I think we have the. I think we have the ability to actually send people to another solar system. Believe it or not, another galaxy. If we sent small ships with like DNA that reconstructs itself. This can be done at speed too. Theoretically, it's possible right now. But we don't have a way to right now to raise a child. Supposedly, you can't raise a child without a human there. There's been sicko scientists out there that have attempted this in other countries, and it hasn't been possible to raise a child without the human interaction. So that's a challenge that can be overcome, but it is a challenge. But we need a way off world. We need a way to attempt to escape the Fermi paradox, right? We need at least an attempt in case something does go wrong that you want to be able to escape, or at least that's what humanity wants to be able to do, right? To extend the humanity. I think that's a noble pursuit to attempt to escape. But I don't think we're close to being there yet. I don't think we're near it. That ability to get off world. But I think it's a noble pursuit. We've always been like that. right? We've explored everything. We do dumb shit, don't we? We're known. Humans are known for doing dumb shit, and there's always someone willing to partake of dumb shit, right? There's always, and they're not always dumbasses. We get engineers and doctors, and we get people that are the smartest people out there. Like, I'll go, I'll strap myself to a bomb and light it off and send me to space. It's funny too because have any of you ever read the Three Body Problem? If you haven't, forget the TV. I've read the book, or I haven't read all the books. But the thesis here would be, or I'm not going to give away the thesis behind the book, but the idea here is that there's an eclipse point, or there's a singularity point, no matter if it's an alien or AI, where the government or AI will attempt to talk you down from being that person. So if we naturally as humans want to explore, right? There should at some point be either the government or AI or an alien that would try to stop you from exploring, from exploratory work as a human. They don't want you to do this. And what's fascinating is the sub that just went down to the Titanic that imploded. If you read the comments in those posts on Reddit, the mantra is those people were dumb, and they shouldn't have been doing that, and they're at fault. And stay in your basement. Don't be building experimental submarines and going down to the Titanic. You might die. And that's not good for humanity. You actually need dumbasses to do dumb shit. We got people we got a guy that jumped off the Eiffel Tower once with some flapping wings and said, "I'm going to stop myself from dying." That guy died. But it instigates scientific experiment, doesn't it? And you don't want to lose that as a human. You want that like pushing the envelope, because it's served humanity well, hasn't it? It hasn't been a bad thing for humanity. Humanity has expanded due to exploration. UAP stuff. I think they're unidentified aerial phenomena are real, but I don't think it's aliens. Or I don't think it's anything that matters to you and I. If they really are like a multi-dimensional traveler of some kind, or there's a second or third dimension or something like that, what do I care? If I'm in a fishbowl, I don't really care. My biggest fear would be if I ever had like an existential threat from that stuff. My biggest fear would be if we ever had evidence of it, they could just turn the lights out on us like that. Especially if it was a simulation. If it was a sim, we're fucked. If we fuck with the sim, they will turn it off, right? I think all roads lead to bad. People are like, we want to know. I'm like, no, you don't. You probably don't. You probably doesn't end well. If you're in the zoo and you find a way out of the zoo, they usually hit you with a tranq dart and put you down because you're a threat, right? Do I believe in aliens? I don't pay too much mind to it. I don't go down that rabbit hole too frequently. Like I don't entertain it. I have a lot of friends that do. I think it's fine to entertain for entertainment's sake. But a lot of people get wrapped up in that shit. I'm like easy. What else? Like UAPs. I give a little bit more faith in some of the science. Not necessarily UAPs, but like multi-dimensional theories, and I can get behind that stuff. Simulation theories, I can get behind that stuff on a higher level. But I don't think that it's kind of like being. I always liked the Men in Black 3, or is it Men in Black 3 or Men in Black where they had the locker, and they start going down the size of the size of matter, how it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and you're not really aware of what's bigger than you. I think there's stuff that we can't grasp, and I think that's okay. It's okay to take the wrong pill and be like, I just want to eat my steak. And no point in my lifetime is it really going to matter how small of a speck I actually am in the universe. So I think it's okay to entertain that stuff as long as it stays as entertainment. I think if it begins to consume your life, there's a problem. There's a definite problem. Ooh, they tried, huh? Woo! Went all the way down there, revenge sold it, like, let's get some. Throwing hammers up here now. They're like, God damn it, I want more. Yeah, I think that's all okay. I think that's fine to be like if it's a hobby, I think it's fine. Like, I think UAP stuff as a hobby is great. If it's filling time for you and keeps you happy, keep doing it. I think some conspiracies are based in fact. I think, yes, some conspiracies are real. I know for sure that when I was in the Army, I know one specific incident where I saw something. I think I've described it to you in the past, and it was real. And the regular news is telling you that they weren't doing this, and they were. So I'm positive that a lot of what you're told is not real. Almost the opposite sometimes. But I don't know that it matters as much. I think that's where we run into problems, right? When people are like, I don't know, the lizard people are actually here, and they're ruining the world, and like I'm going to base my life around that. You can't do that. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's fine to search for Bigfoot. I think it's fine to search for Loch Ness Monster, UAPs. I do some minor. I don't do it as much as I used to, but I used to spend some time doing some astronomy. So you see like satellites in the sky, and you see when you get a specific, or if you get a telescope geared towards planetary and just upper atmosphere stuff, they're fun. You can see a lot of cool shit in the night sky. And it's always great to have wonder about it. And I wouldn't be shocked if there were aliens. I wouldn't be like, wow, oh my God, life ending. I think the biggest thing about aliens in our society is that our society is built on power structures. And some of that revolves around religion. And you can see that, the Catholic Church in particular, leaves the door open to aliens because they know they don't want to lose their power. Religion is very much like an alien, and you need that, or there's a belief by the powers that be, people that are your dictators, your premiers, your prime ministers, your presidents. There's a thesis behind your governments out there and by religion that if you don't have a higher authority, that you will, or that society will turn into, and this also goes for oligarchs and CEOs and business magnates. They believe that you, as a pleb, need a power structure above you. You need an almighty God. They don't care what it is. They don't care if it's Apple. They don't care if it's Google. They don't care if it's Elon Musk. They don't care if it's the Pope or something else. But what they think is that if you were ever disclosed that there were aliens, that you might lose all of the values that you had. If you figured out that there was no afterlife. That's why we have religion, in my view. Religion is so that you have a reason to live and produce for other people for greater good. And the thesis here would be that if you don't have that greater good instilled from either religion or democracy or whatever it is, communism, Marxism, I shouldn't say communism, Marxism, whatever it is, that drives you to do better for your fellow man or fellow whatever, that government will break down. Society would break down if you didn't have that. And so I think that's what their biggest fear is, right? Even if there were aliens, they wouldn't want you to know because you might think, oh, well, if there's aliens, that means there's no heaven. If there's no heaven, I've only got 20 years left in this world. I might as well go rob a bank. I think that's what people, that's the thesis behind, the theory behind this is that more people would do more aggressive things for their own benefit, regardless of outcome. So my life is horrible. I work at the 7-Eleven. I'm never going to be rich. At least I have some salvation and going to heaven. And I'm not going to heaven now. All right, I'm going down to the bank to rob it and get my one chance in life to get rich and get away with it. That's my salvation. You guys know that, right? That's why we have different religions out there and forms of government. That's right. That's the thesis. That's why you have revolutions too. And why you use religion to, there was a time when religion was used to quell revolution. And that's why democracy was dangerous to religion. It was a new power structure, higher authority, very dangerous. There's some of that today too. You can hear it in younger voices and younger generations today. Younger generations today say we have no place for this, we have no place for that. You can hear it in this last generation, this last 80-year cycle generation. You can hear it in their voice. They're saying we have no place for this, we have no place for that. It's not even negotiable. And they have their own new power diagram or power structures that kids are growing up with today. They will revolt over it if they can, in some fashion. It'll take time. It'll take another 20, 40 years or something, but you'll see that the paradigm shift. Yeah, it's paradigm. You're right, Sam. Power paradigms, how they change over time, and who's your new master. They want AI to be the new master, though, right? I think it's AI next. I'll tell you afterwards what we traded. I can't say it in public anymore. I can't make my trades. Every 10 trades, I'll make one public, and it gets counter traded every time, every single time. So I only post trades in the Discord now. I don't even fucking bother. There's no point. I'll tell you after the trade is done, though. There's a bunch of people that watch in the Discord. I'm trying to kill time right now, John. I'm trying to kill time. What am I going to do? I got to kill time on the show, man. We're just jumping from topic to topic to topic. We're talking about Bigfoot. We talked about politics, talked about religion, talked about escaping Earth. We're trying to kill time. We're in the middle of a trade. The robots can't listen, bro. School year. A bunch of stuff with the kids. So I haven't talked about the kids recently. What are we doing? So I've been working out. I've been running and bicycling like a madman. I've been taking the kids out and about. They're spending more time with me. So we're shifting gears to where daddy, their mom's gentle bosom is out the door. That shit's over. My kids, I need them to, I've realized that my children need to, they need more practical experience with a dad. They have had their mom always there to soften the blow. And my kids are getting older now, and I need to be doing like the, hey, I can't let you out of my arms into adulthood and not have some practical experience. And you probably need your dad there to do that with you. Your dad is willing to throw you to the wolves here and there. Not in a negative way or anything. Just they're getting to that age where the wolves are out there to get them. And I can't have that. I need my daughters to know that they can take care of themselves, know they don't need anybody else, and be able to identify danger and all these other things that can come your way as an adult. And so we're making that transition right now in this year of school. And it's been fun. But in turn, I thought that I was getting older and softer, and I have to make the jump with them. So it's kind of like a life. I'm in this weird life place where I'm either going to start to get old or I have to make this jump into the next decade or two where I'm competing with my daughters. So I've been like playing sports with them. I've been very active with them, and I have to ramp it up here. So we got a big ass race coming up. We're working up to a big race for Thanksgiving. Hold on here. We've got some adventures going on. We've got some outdoor, scary, winter, cold stuff coming up. We've got some challenging things to do, and like my oldest is like she's turning 18 soon. She wants to go to an 18+ club for the first time in her life, you know. So it's like maybe I should start taking her out with me to concerts and festivals, and I want her to see how to be responsible when you're out doing those things, what to be aware of, that kind of stuff. Ski season's coming up. We're doing a bunch of that. We're doing a bunch of actual backcountry skiing this winter. Got some plans to go do. I'm going to take the kids out to. We actually are going to go and do that place called. It's way up north. We got a big trip up north. They got like shitty accommodations, no heat, no 5-star dining restaurants. Yeah, like it's weird. So we have like this weird we have this like weird we're in this weird phase. There's 4 p.m. So it's transitional phase in our lives. So we got that going on. My my youngest daughter is becoming very sufficient, and it's very dangerous. I have to watch her closely. And I have to. My youngest is at this phase where she can make the wrong decisions, hang out with the wrong people. She's in this weird junior high phase where you start to see separation in kids. Like 7th, 8th grade, you start to see separation. And then when you get into your freshman year of high school, you begin to see big separation, right? And then by your sophomore, junior year, you're in your own groups. I'm going to tech school. I'm going to trades. I'm going to this. I'm going to do drugs and drop out. I'm going to go to college. I'm the smartest kid in the school. I'm going to this great university, all that kind of stuff. So I have to be aware of all that stuff right now with the youngest. My oldest has done great. My oldest is, she goes to University of New Michigan. She goes to the University of Michigan, second year student at U of M, number 2, 3, or 4 in the U.S. for public research institutions. It's fallen a few places for public-private, but it's still I can't complain. So she's going to, we think, continue on with her undergraduate degree at the University of Michigan. I can't ask for anything more than that. Blowing my mind. Opal of my eye. I give her anything and everything. As a matter of fact, she wanted to go this weekend to a thing that was important to her, and the money you guys pay me, I gave to her this weekend. That's truth. And she wanted some money. She asked me for some money, and I gave her more. Than she asked for, significantly more. And I was like, you know what? I want to know what you feel like having as much money as you want to go do whatever you want. And she came back and said 2 things. She goes, I was disappointed, and I thought that this would give me, I would want all these different things, and I didn't. So she still has all that money. She had a great weekend, and it was a blast. I got to go out with my friends this weekend, had a blast this weekend. I actually got a break for myself this weekend, which was awesome. So I partied all weekend, went golfing. It was crazy. A wild ass weekend. And then my youngest and my oldest, we've got plans for next weekend. Almost every other weekend is an adventure for my kids and I from now into the winter. So we're gonna spend some time together. And my youngest is bringing home A's. My youngest wasn't the student that was self-taught. She needed a lot of influence from my wife and I, and from friends and teachers, and she needed a lot of work. And she's coming out of the curve, so she's gonna be fine. The only thing I'm watching right now at the youngest is Friends, what she's doing in her like, where is she right now? Who's she with right now? Who's she talking to? That kind of stuff. So we're there with the youngest right now, and dude, my oldest has a boyfriend she's dating. He's a hopeful Olympian skier, which is really cool. They have a long distance. She's got the boyfriend from Canada. He's a real boyfriend. He's a real boyfriend. We've met him. But he lives in California, which is perfect. YouTube streaming for kids. My youngest is a streamer. We did a public stream for her, and we stopped it. What I would recommend is that you limit that streaming to her known friends, school friends, that kind of stuff, and they'll love it. You just keep it to people they know. That's it. Only that. Only that. At most. There are a lot of creepy people out there, like really creepy, especially with young kids. There's a whole cottage industry around that shit. Nothing public. Just their friends. They'll love it. Yeah, the answer is no. My daughter does it for her friends. Kids that she goes to school with and stuff like that. That's it. Very limited audience. And they all know each other. It's a blast. So what do you guys think of the close here? I think they squeeze us up into the bell. If they're going to try to sell Wednesday, Thursday, I think they want it to get as high as possible. So I'm on squeeze the bell if you want to know. If you are going to sell this week, if there is a trap for bulls, they tried to sell it down right here, failed. So we go higher for more liquidity. In my view, at least, we go higher for more liquidity, and they're going to try to sell it again to you on on Wednesday, Thursday. I want you to be aware of a couple things. We're in this two-faced market right now. The bull thesis makes sense to me. I can get behind it. I get it. At the same time, there is risk to the downside for bulls. They are chasing at this point, and at any point, if too much time passes into the first of the month, and the bulls don't get their new highs, they could fail. And we've got some other weirdness. I've explained it earlier this morning, so if you don't understand, I went into greater detail on my Q4 expectations and this bull run. And, it's okay to sit on the sidelines and buy a major dip. Those are always, regardless of where we are, or especially in places like this, it's always easier to stay lower for the eventual pullback. They always come, every time. So, it's okay to sit back and wait for that pullback to buy that instead, in some relative safety. What else with the kids, the wife? Kids, wife, and other side of my life. I got a bunch of dentist stuff going on right now. I got a bunch of doctor stuff going on right now. I don't talk that much about that on stream either. But I've got some health stuff I'm working on. I need some days off this quarter. I've got some stuff working on for you guys in the background. And I'm actively working on it. I need some time off. I need to take a sabbatical. And I don't know when the best time for that is. I think it's around Christmas and New Year's. For you guys, I think that might be the best time period. Like, I don't know if it is or not, but I think I have to plan out like a 2-week or 4-week. Maybe I'm just doing recorded videos or nighttime, or the stream is live during the day, and then I'm just doing the nightly updates, nightly market briefs. But I have a ton of stuff I have to do for us as a group. And I've got some health stuff I got to take care of. So I don't know when that is. I think that is closer to Christmas, first week of the year, like a 2 or 3 week period. I need time to get together with. You know what? Another way to do it too would be if I put the live stream up every day, but I only come on the show for 1 or 2 trades. Like right now, in the next 15, 20 minutes, I could probably get off stream and contact admins and start working on shit. So there's 2 ways of doing this. I could either live stream every day and only be here at crucial moments, like, hey, we're at a dip, let's take a trade, and then I get off, stream stays on. But then when I'm off stream, I'm working with the admins and the moderators and developers and all that kind of stuff. Because right now, I don't think anything's happening without me doing it. So it's not their fault either. I think I have to be there. I gotta fucking physically be there to do it. So the chair ties me into this show. Dude, yesterday I went through yesterday I was able to go. Yesterday I got a lot done yesterday. I feel good about Q4. Q4 2025. I went down the rabbit holes. I was able to do the research I needed to do for I need to do this shit. You need me to know where we are. And every quarter, I need to know where the next quarter potentially takes us. And I need that time. It takes days to feel good. I sit here for so many hours, and it's I need that ability to be ready for your next quarter. And I feel fucking good. I got this shit. Right now, no matter which direction we take for Q4, I think I got it. So, I don't know. I feel good right now. But we need that. I need that time. Is my point. Yeah, Baba. Didn't we chart out Baba recently? I thought we charted out Baba. I had one more leg down in Baba. I had one more leg to 70, and I missed that whole move to $100. I wanted more blood. We only got the 2, 1, 2, 3, never got it. So I missed Baba. I can't get them all, can you? Also, TLT. TLT recovering right now. I said $98 on TLT. I want 90 fucking 5. I want 94.5. I don't even know if I care what this is. Whatever this move is here up, I'm still looking for another leg lower. I think this is a false breakout here. Like, I think there's a good dip buy down here, but I think it's all for naught. We're getting the next leg lower. Not today, but soon. Yeah, Sam, we're there. I had some stuff this weekend that came through with that Joe wanted me to take care of. I just need some time away from the chair. I spent too much time live streaming. I need to be on here for maybe an hour or two. What time is it right now? 3:15. You guys are afraid of the murder bot? I'm afraid of the murder bot for the Bears, not for the Bulls. How's that meme go? I'm afraid, but not for me. Yeah. I really think right now that it's a hard place. Where we are right now is a hard place. We're in a really hard place right now. I'm with you, Sam. It's not easy. The market's, there are other times when the market's easier. Right now it's not easy. There's a lot of risk, and there's just risk everywhere right now. That's what it is. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. But not for me. That's what it is, Slit. That's right. That's what it is. What do you guys thought? What are your thoughts on tomorrow? Let me know in the chat. Do you think that we that the sellers try to come in on Wednesday and Thursday and sell us down? Do you think that we're ripping faces off into the weekend? We have manipulation, right? Turnaround Tuesday, manipulation Wednesday. What the fuck Thursday? Was it what the fuck Wednesday? I forget what all the names are for all these dates. You guys think they sell us on Wednesday, or do you guys think they buy us up into Friday? Mm-hmm. Look at VIX 9-day down here. So let's take a look at the VIX really quick. See that VIX 9-day? My big question is are we going to fucking moon into the open tomorrow and then sell that shit? You know, it's they ramp us up into the close, and then, or even the overnight, they get the gap up, and then it's just tee off on tomorrow's close. I'd be very aware of VIX into tomorrow's open. There is a bull trap here. Some people claim that's spot up, vol up. I'd just be paying real close attention to it into the open tomorrow. We're going to get a move. We're getting a move. I know that. Today's range was pretty tight. I think we get range expansion, though, heading into tomorrow. So tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday, we should get some range expansion. They're barcoding right now, aren't we? Is that what they're doing right now, barcoding us? Also on deck for tomorrow. What time is it right now? 3:18. Let's look at the economic calendar for tomorrow. We have. Let me turn the voice squawker on for you too. Did you guys check out the? I meant to talk to you guys about this too. Did you guys see the Case-Shiller this morning? Prices coming down, right? Starting to turn. Wednesday, we've got new home sales at 10 a.m. We've got new home sales month over month. We got some crude oil and gas stock changes tomorrow morning at 10:30. At 11:30, we get a 17-week bill auction. We get 2-year FRN auction, 5-year note auction, all at 1 p.m. 11:30 for the 17-week bill. We got building permits final tomorrow. It looks like no time though for that. Thursday we get durable goods month over month and GDP growth rate quarter over quarter final. And we get a Fed Chair Powell speech at 9:20 on Thursday too. And then Friday we get PCE. You know the rule on PCE, right? Someone tell me the rule on PCE. What's the rule? Step out of the way and fade it. Whatever the action is on PCE, fade that initial move. So be aware of that on Thursday. On Monday, you get Chicago PMI and Dallas Manufacturing Index. You also get Fed speak again on Monday. Fed Chair Powell speaking at 1 p.m. You get some really big, bad, nasty news here. And this is where like volatility can get dangerous. The 1st of October, right? We get ISM Manufacturing PMI. We get JOLTS, 10 a.m. for both of those on the 1st. Those are big boys. You get ISM Services PMI. That's on the 3rd of October. Not a lot of time here, right? You get non-farm payroll on the 4th of October. I mean, we got some shit coming our way. So we got some big reports, big data. We get Fed speak coming out. Jerome's talking everywhere. I don't think you're going to get the hawk Jerome. You're going to get the Jerome explaining and calming as data comes out and the like that housing market starts rolling over. I wouldn't be too worried about inflation per se. It's going to be used against you in the market, but I wouldn't worry too much about inflation right now. Your big focus right now is unemployment. Truthfully, that's a big glaring one. There's some GDP stuff, but that stuff's looking good. The other big glaring one would be the housing market. Like housing markets, unemployment, those are like some sketchy ones that you really want to be paying very close attention to. GDP and the debt ratio and all that kind of stuff, it's actually improving right now. And look towards manufacturing improving, industrial production improving, and helping out in the services sector. In truth, the unemployment rate is dangerous, like macro dangerous to you. We can stave off don't think though that it matters or it's going to be priced in today. It's not, but it will be if it becomes a problem. But like if you had a macro down the road problem, it's definitely unemployment. It's the rate of change in the rate of unemployment. The rate of change over 1 year and the rate of unemployment. That's a danger, an existential threat down the road. And they do have to They're gonna pump them. They're gonna pump the hose, man. They don't care about inflation. I'm telling you. Now, expectations for tomorrow. If you're looking for like what to expect tomorrow, Cap, what are we gonna do? The higher. And looking at that VIX, that same target is still there that I gave to you earlier. So right here, that's the way. And you might get it in the overnight. Maybe you'll get it in the reports tomorrow. That's the way. The way is higher. Also note here, I want you to see something else too. I want to show you something. If you're a bear out there, I want to show you something, okay? Now, I get the risk to bulls here. I get the fact that time's running out. I understand. But I got to warn you of something. I came in this morning, and boom. Came in this morning, and I had these down here. I looked again later this afternoon, and these had moved up. So, and they tried to slam it down just now. You see it? They wicked us all the way down. Sellers were unable to complete to the downside to break trend. And the moment that happened, the way is higher. You understand? So if for right now you want to see the move is higher. You would need to break below and tomorrow at 567.64. And even then I'd give you a little bit higher, maybe a little bit higher. Or you could even go a little bit lower. You could go all the way to 565 and still be okay as a bull. You could actually roll this all the way down, break underneath, and if you did not have a new low, the bulls could still be in charge here. But just so you know, they're marching higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. That's the point. So until they give that up, you're probably going to wake up tomorrow or come in tomorrow. We're going to get, PT2 or something. And they're grinding for that 575. They're trying for it into Thursday and Friday. So you got some volatility that could send it down, but and here's a 4-hour candle right here. They're already buying it. See how it's green right now? They're trying to push this up. They're accumulating under the covers right now. See it right now? Get rid of that for you. See it now? And they bought all that. And they're buying all that. They can pull this back about half that. But I want you to know that they're buying. They're lying to you right now. They're buying. Right down there. Blam, blam, blam. I do agree that they don't have to go up. I do agree that we could go back down here and then go higher. But they're accumulating. They're buying right now. So just be careful of that upside move, either today or in the overnight, into the end of the day, or just know that they're still here buying. They're buying like motherfuckers right now. Do I read some of the stream chat comments? So I get chat from 3 locations right now. I get it from Twitch, I get it from YouTube, and I get it from Discord. So the main chat that I try to read is Discord. It's the first chat that I try to I focus on. That's the one that I'm usually responding to. If I'm talking and you're like, who is he talking to? It's people in our Discord, first and foremost. The next two chats that I try to read is YouTube and Twitch. I can't always read all three chats, but I try to. And also YouTube and Twitch, sometime are in my feed and sometimes they're not. This chat right here, I can't read that. That chat right there is for you guys on a big TV to read. And YouTube and Twitch get funky. Sometimes they put both chats and sometimes they don't. I've been told that it depends on which service I log into. They'll put limits on how many chats can, or how many texts or DMs can come across the chat. It's the interplay between multi-streaming, because I'm not dedicated to one service or the other. Does that work? And I can't always answer questions from the chat in Twitch or YouTube. I try to answer the questions in the Discord or someone else, an admin, a moderator. Our main focal point is on our Discord to answer their questions and stuff like that. Try to give them information that they need. What was your question, by the way? Did you have a question? Who was asking? You gotta, it's hard. I posted a picture once. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Give me one quick second. I'll show you guys something cool. You guys want something cool? So here, give me a second here. It's weird. Let me see if I can explain this better to you. So I realized that give me a quick second here. Can I download this? Let me show you guys something. Oftentimes, as a streamer, it would seem like before I was a streamer, I had an image in my mind of what an actor is, or what a newscaster is, or what a streamer is. And I just thought they were like someone that came on the TV or whatever, and then they got off and they did their own life, and everything was just this and that and whatever. And it really isn't like that. I have to be prepared to come on the show for you, right? I have to look a certain way. I have to present myself a certain way, and then I got to be prepared. And then I have a ton of stuff in the background, like that I have to do, like my own engineer. I got to make sure the sound is right, the internet is working, everything's been reset, my computers are all ready to rock. All the services that I use work in the background. I got to make sure all this stuff works. My microphone's working, you name it. It's like a list every day. It's literally a list. I have to go through like a startup procedure, like you're flying a plane. I got to go through a certain procedure every single day just to get on live. And then because of what we do, it's not in real life. You ever hear about like IRL? It's when like someone's got a stream going and they're walking around, or I don't know, like a Meet Kevin is there and he's just puts a picture up, then he goes away from it. He's on for like 10 minutes, an hour. They don't show you a ton of stuff, like all this, like the news ticker scroll, this trading view, this rotating chart down here, the book map, the scrolls going down everywhere, the Discord running in the background, and then of course I'm being fed production stuff. Someone's like, oh, we got this outlook right now, we got that outlook right now, we get this news coming across the wire right now, we got this news coming across the wire right now. We got all these different sources for data. So when you guys are at home, I got data coming in from everywhere, and I'm like reading that, reading this, reading that, reading this. Anyways, it can seem, looking at me, like, why can't he read the chat? I'm going to show you something really cool right now. I don't know if it's really cool. Let's see if it's cool. give you a better perspective, maybe, or or maybe some kind of a inside look. Hold on. We do this thing. We do battle stations. So I'll show you guys. Cool. There it is, right there. Can we go to? Here, let me see if I can do this really quick. So, can I edit this? Oh, cool. All right, cool. This will work. Hang tight. Sweet. So from my end, let me explain to you what's going on my screen. Let me draw this in because I gotta. On my screen at home, I have a. Can I draw here? Can't draw here. Can draw here. Can't draw here. Okay, I guess I can't draw here. So, on my screen at home, you see this big wide monitor. I stretch across this monitor 3 windows, 1, 2, and 3. This monitor right here has 2 windows. I've got this scroller here, and I got another one over here. This one I keep on. So this one on my left here is a news feed, a financial news feed that you pay for, a paid service, and then a bunch of gamma shit. The one in the middle I use for my own research stuff. This is Discord over here. Then I've got the Financial Juice with their news scroller. Down here I get I have stock picking stuff that I run in the background in this one right here. And then I run over here a bunch of Elliott Wave stuff. And then right here is the Streamlabs stuff. And then this right here, this is what you see on the right-hand side of your screen. And then I'm running anywhere from 10 charts over here. Then over here on this screener, I'm running a chat for YouTube, and then a chat for Twitch, and then my own brokerage is over here. And then behind this entire setup, so that's 1, 2, I do 3 screens in here, or 3 tabs. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 would be my brokerage, and then behind me I got a 13 right there. So, and I'm trading with you. It's like I'm trading with you while looking at all this stuff for 7-8 hours, and it's hard. It's kind of crazy. Paying attention to all of it, like trying to refocus on this or refocus on that, or trying to fight fires or trying to answer questions. So sometimes I can't answer. Even if you want me to, you may be like, man, I asked that guy a question, he didn't answer it. I may have not seen it. I may have seen it and be fighting a fire somewhere else that you don't know about. I'm like, I got to read this over here. I got to digest that over there. I got to, does that make sense or no? Who was asking that question earlier? Was it RO that was asking? Who was asking that question earlier? It was RT84. Yeah, RT84. It's because of what's going on in the background. Yeah, brother. So I do try to answer when I can. If I can't answer, a moderator should be able to answer. So that's the other thing. If you are in the YouTube, this is the last part I leave you with. If you're in the Discord, or if you're in the chat, YouTube chat, Twitch chat, or even the Discord, if you're not getting my attention, and you have an important question, there's a bunch of ways to get my attention. One would be through a super chat. Well, not always. Sometimes I miss those too. But a super chat. But you don't have to do a super chat. Just ask a moderator. Say, can an moderator answer my question? I want you to know that the moderators and administrators in all the chats are people that I trust 100%. And some of them I trust for one thing, and some of them I trust for another thing. So, and here's, let me go deeper in that. In the Discord, we have a support channel, and that's a 24-hour live support. So if you have a problem, we have dedicated people to answer, especially like stuff that you're like, I don't like this, I don't like that, this isn't working, or I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, or I'm lost. We have those people there for you to be like, let me square your shit away for you. If you have questions about the market, don't ever hesitate to ask. These people I've been trading with for 4 years. Most of these people I've been trading with for a long time. You can just be like, hey man, what do you think of this, or what do you think of that, or what's this or what's that? And the only thing I would say, the last thing I would wrap this conversation up with is that the information that I give to you is in different places. If you're not a community member in our Trade the Trigger group, you're not getting the full picture. Because those guys, this is across the board, like FinTwit, anywhere. You have to be in our Discord. You have to be reading the briefs every night. You have to be a part of that community. And that's where it stems from. So you might hear me like talking about a topic and be like, what the fuck is he talking about? It's because I gave a brief last night or an outlook, and I'm discussing that topic in particular. So it's hard sometimes to know where we are, right? It's not easy. There's nothing I can do about that. There's like a skin in the game aspect to this where if you're doing this for real, I need you in with me or us or David and I and John L. and Winky and Blind Nest Owl and all these other guys out there, the John H's out there, and all these different people we're all wrapped up in this more knit group. I do. True Grit asked me, do you use any software to artificially split the physical screens? I do. I split my screens up, and I use external video cards to create fake screens. I do. This one right here. This screen you're seeing right here, this screen right here, that's fake. It's an external video card that I use. It's like a fake screener. I have two computers that are attached to each other, and I use compute power for different things. And I don't know. It's like two generators together. That's what I do. I hook up two computers together, and I use one for the. I use video cards for different things. So like I use two different processors and two different video card setups, so that I can run all this and get it to you in 3 seconds. So I have like computers attached. I have I don't know, like a slave computer, I guess they're called sometimes, right? Like they're connected-ish. I shouldn't say they're connected. Like I have a second computer that processes, and then it sends that stuff over to be presented to you via video. And so what that does is it stops the streaming setup from doing anything but streaming. It's just focused on compressing and sending data out to you rather than doing the compute for the data. Yeah, Discord's a whole nother thing. Like I want to say like the Discord as a whole is a whole nother animal. Like it's a whole, like we're covering everything, right? Pair trades, oil, gas, metals, crypto. We cover it all. commodities, you name it. We got people in there talking about stock trading, stock picking, futures trading, Globex trading. Like, this is just the surface for something bigger, depending on what you're into. This is like a honey trap for new traders. It's only meant to get you into the group community. Join the community, and you want to become a winning trader? We'll show you all the opens and closes in all of our trades. The Discord's where it's at. Discord's gangster. Our community is fucking baller. Our trading community is the best trading community I've ever been in. I've been some good ones. Mostly pump and dumpers, though. They're fake. I can't, like, compare it to a pump and dump community. I've been in, like, Discords where it's pump and dump-ish. You never really know if it's real or not or fake or... like a real trading community is probably the best one I've ever been in. I've been in a lot of trading communities. I've been in trading communities with people in here, too. We've got members here and friends here that I've been members with elsewhere. This is my favorite one I've been in. If you're trying to make money. Yeah, you can actually check. You can always check my trades. I pin them. They're pinned. You should be up like 1,000%. That means you're not following people trades. That's the only thing I can say to that. I pin them all, open, closing, all of it. I think most of it, or most I can remember to close at least. They're all fat printers. Printed fucking 700% last week. On 100 calls. It was huge. What are you guys doing in the Discord right now? David just spanked himself. David, did you just beat yourself up? I did that last week. My cursor is missing here. I'm trying to read what you guys are saying and all of the chat. I know you have a negative outlook on tomorrow. Yeah, Ray, I had to delete that Discord, man. I had to delete it, dude. It was because it was free and open. It was a problem. We had like thousands and thousands of members. We had like wolves and Robin Hooders in there. Not people that use Robin Hood, but like do-gooders. We had do-gooders and wolves mixed in there. A lot of danger mixed in there. I didn't like where some of the like how people were treated. So take a more active role in this community, and people have skin in the game. It gets rid of all the bots too, like all the bots, all the dog shit. I even deleted it. I didn't sell it to anybody or nothing. I deleted it with if you want proof that I deleted it, you can ask Bork. It was a very valuable Discord too. I could have sold it for a lot of money, and I decided to just not even do that.
So 1 minute to the market on close imbalance.
But the Discord now is fucking phenomenal. It's fucking gangster. And we got a bunch of cool tools in there. We got a bunch of like the full suites for unusual whales. We have a full suite for trade ticks, and then we got the full suite for BBY gamma bot, open BB. And we get some cool shit in there. We got a Elliott wave for the whole market, and update it. We got all kinds of cool shit in there. It's cool. And it's a good environment. That's the one thing too, is like I don't want to like that's the old Discord. I was like, there's some good shit in the old Discord. Can't talk shit about it because it was a kick-ass community. But what I wanted out of a Discord is some like
on close imbalance. The S&P 500 sell side 60 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side 220 million,
Nasdaq
Dow 30 buy side 15 million, Mag 7 sell side 35 million.
It was really weird. Like I like when I go to like Reddit. When you ever go to like your favorite social media, I'm in like certain modes.
ECB is likely to continue to gradually reduce interest rates at least through the first half of next year.
Like when I'm in Reddit, I'm in a certain mode. When I'm on Twitter, I'm in a certain mode. When I'm on YouTube, I'm in a certain mode. When I'm on Discord for me feels like home. Like I'm more easygoing. I'm more like loving. I don't know if I say it like that, but Discord feels like home to me. Like it's my happy place. Like it's my friends and my family and stuff. And if Discord doesn't feel like that to me, I feel like it's not the place for me to be.
Do you stay up to date with the
I feel like all these different social media, you have a different
non-farm payrolls?
presence.
Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month.
Do you ever feel like that, or no? Am I the only one that feels like that? Do you ever feel like you go to different social media platforms and you're a different person, or a different presence, or you go to TikTok, or you go to Snap, or you go to whatever it is you're in? I don't know. I feel like different places are different things. Different social media platforms are meant for different things. I don't know if they always disappear either, Raygun. I think that they get new usernames too. I don't know why. I think people think that oh, they're not going to like me anymore, or I made a bad call, or I did this, or I did that. I think that's weird. Like, you don't need to. It's okay. I think about that though too. I think there are a lot of people here with new names over the years. I think people come back and they're like, I need a fresh start or something. I understand that. I respect it. Yeah, I think they're all. I agree with you on Twitter. It's its own thing, right? Like everybody's got. Like I think every one of these platforms has their own place. I used to really like Twitter. Twitterfall. They don't do it anymore. It's too expensive. Or Elon's charging for it now. But Twitterfall was fucking sick. I used to show it on the stream. Twitterfall was badass. It's one of the biggest things that pisses me off about Elon Musk and Twitter is that they now charge for that data. That data was insane. Anybody out here have experience with Twitterfall? No experience with Twitterfall? Like, Twitterfall is insane. Twitterfall was the open API for Twitter, and you could type in specific things and get the returns on it. You could see when the market was rolling over just with Twitter fall. You didn't need anything else. The Twitter fall would just be like super bullish, super bearish. Then it would slow down and be calm. Then it would get super bullish and super bearish. Crazy. I think NVIDIA's got another low coming. I think it's got one more low coming. Yeah, TweetDeck used to be dope as fuck too. It's still okay, but like when they left when they had the data out, dude, that shit was badass. Like the open API was stupid. Like so many bots, so many platforms, so many companies got fucked when that happened. And what it costs to get access today is insane. When I go to the developer portal for Twitter now, it blows. It blows bad. SPY squeezing right now into the close. Some selling into strength right now. Dealers are like, no, 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 no. Dealers are like just dumping shit on you. Cannot break above the panic button. Here's the panic button right here. It's right there. That's what a major call will. That's spot up, vol up for you right there. Nobody wants to chase price. You trigger that though. Woo! Woo-wee! You're going to see like a 30 or 70 point move straight up. Tell you what, you go up there, man, you start poking around. You know, Jedi Marcus always talks about, what does he talk about? He talks about the, I think Volwiz calls it the unclench, and then I think Jedi calls it the, whatever the skirt lifting thing he talks about, price discovery. You want to see some real price discovery? You can go up there. Start poking around.
ECB's.
Let's say that works in the inverse too.
Not says rates are unlikely to return to extremely low levels and likely to end up between 2 and 3.
Yeah, that's right, Curlo. Start rooting around up there. We'll wake up fucking 2%. Why are we up 2%? I forget what he calls it. I forget what Jedi calls it right now. He calls it something like it's when you get like goosing somebody. I forget what the term he uses for it, but it's hilarious. Yeah, Gropex. When you're groping the market and seeing where the real price is it lower or higher, and how high is it, and how low is it? Gropex, I love it. Emperor's got no clothes on for a few minutes. Did we cover silver this weekend? Did I cover gold or silver? I thought I covered silver this weekend. Well, I thought I covered silver on Sunday. I'll look at it again tonight. Tazo, who's asking about that? Chappie, I'll post some silver stuff inside the main chat tonight for you. What did Mag do today? Say it again. What did Mag do today? Did it rip some fucking faces off or no? I'm afraid to even look. Oh, God. Mag's back at it again, huh? Jesus Christ, Mag, what are you doing? The fuck are you doing, Mag? Jesus Christ. Mag. You dirty, dirty, dirty girl. Fuck are you doing? We called that at the bottom, didn't we? At like $12. We were like, go long, Mag. My God, you savage. Smooth's cranking higher right now into the close. Hold on here. I gotta sell my calls. Hold on here. Sold calls. Thank you very much. Woo! Another fucking 100% printer on stream. Yeah, baby, go. Woo! Oh boy, traded 26 cents. Had an order in for 10 cents.
China index posting its best day since.
Just a note for you out there that earlier this afternoon,
so if
we put an order in for 10 cents down here. 10 cents, and we tagged it. We actually hit 0.08, 0.09. We posted it in the Discord. I told the Discord I wanted to sell at 20 cents. We got to 18, 19, but never got a trigger sell. We actually did get it, though, into the bell just then. So if you are in the Discord, congratulations. You should be rich again today. Yay. I had a sell on 20. Did it really go that high? Jesus Christ. I only got 20. I got 20 on 10. I don't know what to say to you guys. What do you want me to do? Someone out there, David AMS saying it went to 40 cents. If you got 40, congratulations. God damn, 40. Woo! Not bad, huh? I told you earlier we're going up into the close. If you're looking to sell this, you might want to wait until overnight or tomorrow at the open. We'll find out what goes on tomorrow morning. I hope you weren't short today. I warned you earlier in the stream. I don't know what to say to you. Can we look at gold? You want to look at gold for a second? How about that silver? How's that silver doing? You got pro traders. I gave you a silver update on Sunday, right? Silver just fucking pumping. You can search my name, CaptainJimJames, in the Discord. CaptainJimJames. Just go to the top search bar and type in, or at David AMS. You can do at David AMS, at the real CaptainJimJames, whatever you want to do. You can see all of my Discord posts. You guys want to see? You guys want to do a quick review of silver and gold before we go? I know gold bugs freak out. You guys want to do it right now? Yeah, no, yeah, no, don't care. Yes, do care, don't care. How about I do all right, hold on a second. What are we doing here? Trigger screen? Jesus Christ. Fucking savages. Spicy McHaggis, you got 35 cents. Congratulations. You want to do cost? Look at that. Look at that fucking trade. Look at that gorgeous fucking trade. Fucking look at that. Wham! Suck it. That was a beautiful fucking thing, wasn't it? That was dope as fuck. We literally nailed this not only to a pen strike, but the option price strike on the 0 date. Wrote it all the way up there. Fucking dope. Goddamn beautiful thing. This is a goddamn beautiful thing. A sexy goddamn move right there. That's a whole week worth of money right there. Burr, 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 burr. This is a silver spot to the U.S. dollar right here. Trading 32.27 right now. And that shit is already done, dude. You're looking for an extension overnight? Is that what you're thinking about? Oh my God, look at that. Whoo! Whoo! We fucking tagged that whole goddamn thing. Look at that fucking beast mode. We got that whole thing. We got this whole thing. There, all that back there. $50, huh? That's your halfback trade right there. You already took that halfback trade out, though. You see that? You took that halfback already, so that's not valid. That's complete bullshit. Just so you, if you want to know, your price target is $50. If you want to know, that is your price target, but it's going to take time to get there. So, but if you want to know, that's what it is. You're going to go the whole way. You're going to go all the way up. It's going to crank. But you got more room to run there, too. You really do. How about for now, something like that? Sorry about this. Hold on here. Come on. Ah, damn it. Dude, there is a chance that you're going up here. Into next week, middle of October, and then a blast down. I'll say this to you, okay? I don't know when this runs away. You could run away right now. I don't think so, though. I think you this is gonna be some major vol for you, and then but I think into like December, and then maybe even January, February, March. Your target is $50. I don't know if it's sooner or later. I'm trying to be Like silver's a weird thing. Gold, silver, weird fucking things. Like if you see a daily red candle, be scared for a pullback to cool off. Like metals like to cool off a little bit as they go higher, but they can just go ballistic. You know, this could take into you know, like fucking March. You know, that shit could be. I mean, that's what you're looking for, right? Fucking there. At worst case scenario. And you can fucking see it right there. It's fairly easy to see. $50 by March. I think it's sooner than that, but gold can get really. I mean, gold and silver can get stupid. I mean, just look at this. Like silver can go. Silver can literally go. Fucking like that. It really can. It can go vertical. I'm telling you March because I'm trying to be. If you guys ever rode like silver runs, like when silver catches up to gold, it's usually insano. It's like ride the lightning, and most traders don't get in it until it's here. They get trapped and get fucked. They never get in down here. And we pointed this trade out to you, I think, 3 weeks ago. This fucker should run. Hot and heavy. But I'm giving you March because, you know, gotta be rational. I don't know how long this takes. Silver in particular is weird as fuck. Gold's like that too, right? Gold will fuck you all day long. Silver though, in particular, has a real chance to is dangerous. Now gold, right? If you're gonna look at it like a gold maybe on a daily basis. Gold has something similar in line for it as well. It's not too far off. I mean, look at this is gold. It's kind of stupid, right? What's cool about gold is, or what's cool about silver is, silver can run when gold stops running, which is fascinating in of itself. Gold is stupid. And like you got like, hold on, let's go back over. You got no history on that, do we? You got like
Taking a look at the market
right here.
for today's session, U.S. stocks held their gains the day after Monday, buoyed by a surge in NVDA.
Hold on, I got to bring it down a little bit.
Traders largely ignored a bleak consumer confidence report.
That's the target, right? We know that's the target.
The S&P 500 index rose 0.3%, marking its 41st record close. The blue chip Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 0.2%, while the tech-heavy Nasdaq 100 increased 0.5%.
Come on, go to 3,000, dude.
Massive
Seriously.
package from China helped shore up stocks with economic ties to the country. The benchmarks initially fell after a Tuesday reading on the Consumer Board's gauge of consumer sentiment showed the largest drop since August 2021, only to reverse course after a report that NVIDIA CEO had stopped selling shares.
A lot like NVIDIA, isn't it?
Boosted the stock by about 4% and pushed the S&P 500.
What I want you to remember about gold is this.
This report raised concerns about a slowdown in the labor market, and manufacturing data was also weaker than expected. Following the data, swaps traders increased their wages to more than 3/4 of a point of policy easing by the year end, implying at least one
about
more
there?
major cut is on the way.
We'll leave it gold for you. This right here is your consolidation zone, right? You pushed up, down, up, down, and you started to like break out here, right? Like that's your breakout point. You got above it, bam, you're going higher. You automatically know your first target is above this, like it's like just below this 2,800. And this is where like things get kind of wonky. It's like Tesla and everything else, right? It's like every big round number, there's no real difference. This is what you think. That's your red. Everything sucks. Everything's horrible. There's your first jump point there. New series of lows, right? There. Some kind. This is 2,500 right there. This looks right, doesn't it? You got like March, April lows down here. Big push up into the holiday. This is your weakness in the middle of November. Ready? You got your pump right now. Your late October, early November weakness. You get your end of the year Christmas rally. Congratulations. Happy Hanukkah. Come back down to reality. You're out of your fucking skull. You trade that weekly trigger. This is like your doom and gloom. It's gonna take a little bit longer. Hold on here. I got that a little bit wrong. Right about there. You got your woohoo. We won. Now here's the big question. Don't be looking at that yet because I want to warn you of some. You think, right? You think you get a little bit more dippage in there too. So I warn you of something. I'm gonna warn you of something. Now, I don't know if this can be considered pricing in a recession in the summer. If that's what they'll consider that or not. We need to play this by ear. Yay, there it is. Almost perfect. We need to play this by ear. And I got to warn you. Like, if we're pricing in a recession, if this is good enough for the gods to price in a recession, you may have that second leg down and, that second leg down before you get that one last dip buy. Sometimes it's like another low. Normally it comes in like February and then April and then we're up. But there's another problem too, which is even though we price in a recession doesn't mean that you're going to get this new high. It could be something where they price it in and we're like range bound next summer. And there's some real doom into 25, 26. It's going to be a challenge. I don't think things get this easy next year. If the economy begins to unravel, if the Fed and the Treasury Department's not doing the job, you're going to see shit like, price in the recession come into summer. We start getting some fucking inflation and some real bad shit out there. And that'll be your peak right there. And we'll start running it down. So even though I'm pricing all that shit in right now, none of that is in stone right now. So, this is all data dependent stuff for next year. You know what I mean? Does this matter right now to you? No. The only thing that matters is that gold is going up. And you should be sitting back in that time period anyways. Right? Like there should be like you out there with the basket sometime in the late winter, early spring. Now that shit's cyclical, right? We always have the pullback. We even got our pullback this year, but it was late. We still got it. So, whatever that thing is over there, we'll deal with it when we get there. We go quarter by quarter here, basically, don't we? Right? We go month by month, and we go week by week and day by day. I don't know if this matters to you right now, but if you want to see what it is, that's what it is right now. And it is very much data and event driven. We have something bad happen. I can't account for that shit. We get some horrible fucking data. The economy starts breaking down and they're like rounding you off here and rounding you off there. And before you know it, it's like a shit show. That can happen. So you remember, we can trade inside of these. We can trade inside of this stuff, easily. We can extend down, push higher. We can fail there, and just roll this fucker right down. So it at least gives you a gist of what to expect. Something like this that is data dependent. Does that make sense? Like, if I was like your guy on not Wall Street, but if I was like in your hometown financial advisor, I'd be doing something like that. And there's your 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3, baby. Woo! Bubble. They can extend this, dude. I don't know that we're gonna do this. But I'm telling you what, you see that down there? 1, 2, and 3 right there. Bubble time, baby. I don't know if we could actually do that, but ifs, ands, buts, or, they can shit on that parade, but I mean, you want to know what wave we're in. We need some real bad news. Start making the news really bad, because we start entering that fucking bubble and it's going to be on like Kong. I'm serious. Like there's an exit. There's like there's a soft landing still there. It's not looking good right now, but they're working on it. So I just did gold. That was gold.
Around the bottom of the hour.
That was gold that I just did right there. That was gold.
Stock change numbers.
Oh, you mean GLD? You want me to do GLD for you? Yeah, hold on. Gotcha.
Stock change forecasted a draw of 1.1 million on the prior build of 1.96 million. Distillate stock change, the prior was a build of 2.3 million. Gasoline stock change, the prior a build of 2.34 million. And Cushing stock change, the prior was a draw.
Yeah, baby. Look at that gold. Look at this. We charted gold, and I was like, we're breaking out.
So we do get it via public sources on social media, even though it is released to API subscribers exclusively.
We're
at
out of
12
here.
the hour.
And that's your same level right there. That's your breakout zone right here. That's your breakout zone. Humming right along. Humming right along. Right there for you.
Protect your trade from macro headline risk with financial.
You want to know where the hourly trigger is?
$99 a year for our real-time service.
243 daily trigger 223.81. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna do that last leg higher. It looks like it's there, but you know, we're not there yet. We'll deal with that shit when we get to it. That's why I don't want to release that preview for 25 because, you know, it's undecided at this point. It really is. It's undecided. I did look at it though. I went down the rabbit hole. There's real danger ahead. I'm assuming that the Fed knows this. I'm assuming that someone smarter than me goes, hey, we're good right now, but we're not going to be good next summer. So someone's probably saying that. So there we go. They're breaking out. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Man, I grew a beard in like one morning. I shaved this morning too. It must be, I got like testosterone coming in or something. Dude, John, dude. You know what it is, John. You've been here a long time. You know what they do, dude. They fucking lie, dude. They fucking lie, dude. Yeah, dude. I'm with you, John. Like, I don't trust these fucking guys. They don't fucking care, dude. They haven't cared since 1978, brother. They're goddamn liars, brother. They are fucking liars. They've been lying for fucking 26 years. Goddamn liars. It's all, dude, I'm telling you, they're liars. I can see the stimmy, dude. John, I can see the stimmy. Like, I can just see it right now. It's like this weekend, dude, I spent some time looking and I was like, I was like, they're going to hammer the stimmy button come summertime, dude. Like, wham. It's coming. It's coming, dude. The Fed put is there. It's there. They already know. Yeah, dude, that Fed put, dude, definitely. I think they'll burn some put stops. I hope that knowing that they'll allow the market to at least crash. That's the hope. They can cool the market down, maybe, and then they pour it on, right? I'm hoping that they at least like let it fucking burn for a minute. Like whenever that happens, that they at least are like, fuck it, let it run down 20-30%. But that money is coming. I don't know. Maybe the GDP, manufacturing, industrial production thing could help stem that, but that fucking stimmy, dude. That they better get that printer worked on. Start greasing that fucker up. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. All you gold and silver bugs. I hope you guys are happy and looking forward to more upside. Anybody that was trading silver, dude, woof, getting fucking bank right now. Later. And dude, leave you with one last thing. Best part about silver is that not always, but often it runs after gold. So you see like gold run, and then you see the silver just like play catch up. It's amazing. Don't be the last guy in silver too. That'd be the last thing I'd tell you.